this way. Never understood this stuff anyway. Still continue the day to day. Pretend everything is okay. Yeah. Quicksand, quicksand. The more I move, the more I fall behind. Quicksand, quicksand. There's no making up for this time. Quicksand, quicksand. The more I move, the more I fall behind. And I'll say, hey. Wow. There's no way I can solve this. I'm all out of options. I need an answer for life's problems. Ja, 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 show me the way. It will all be over someday. I wish this all was a dream. I guess not. I'll take one for the team. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From the ground I shall rise. Quicksand, quicksand. The more I move, the more I fall behind. Quicksand, quicksand. There's no making up for this time. Quicksand, quicksand. The more I move, the more I fall behind. And I'll say, hey. Wow.
Can't count the times wanna say what's on my mind, but I did it. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I said, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. Oh, so here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time. Baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Kosinya uli, kosinya uli, di sombranzelten meg. Et zu te saluda, antes di niga, radzaudzan malak estrezas, durante todo memu. A nogi distancia, gumugubugi palu, zangiman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau esta pagua pumalalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru politanota kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga paraiona parai gloria abiba islas en para paraiona parai gloria abiba islas en
figu nani nasinyaku fresin maisatu arabaputehi zan defendi ihinengi I cultura I lenguaje airi I hano zanitano tamoru yes 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 zanitano tamoru yes 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 이래 shoku la 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 did I to get into stop that 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 Esti what been my ihilo Zani Biblia ibandera ibandera ngohon yes 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 ibandera ngohon yeah Ginini mastakilu, hinasoku. Ginini mastakalu, ikurason. Zan imas figu, nani nasinyaku. Fresin maisatu, arabai putehi, zan defendi. Ihinengi, I cultura, I lenguaje. Airi I hano Zanitano tamoru yes 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 Zanitano tamoru yes 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 Ni ire shoku la 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 Did I to get into stop that 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 Esti what been my ihilo Zani Biblia ibandera ibandera ngohon yes 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 ibandera ngohon
Morning, Guam. Morning, Jay.
It's a lovely shade of red on you this morning after doing that. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Good morning.
I only have 2 words to say.
Okay.
2 words to get your day started. Roll Tide! That was a game yesterday, man. Okay, as a guy who grew up being a Michigan fan, I don't know whether I was happy to see Alabama win or Ohio State lose. And apologies to members of the Link Fam, because I know there's a lot of you guys that come in from Ohio, specifically in Columbus. So, today's kind of a unfortunate day for you and everything like that. But great game, man. Roll Tide. Bree, did you watch the game?
No.
No, because Oklahoma wasn't in it, right?
Good morning, Joe, sir.
Chris, did you watch the college football game? No, because the Yankees weren't in it, right?
No, yeah. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
It's Wednesday, the 13th day of January, year of our Lord 2021. This is the Link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning. Proudly brought to you by ITN and Cabo Enterprises. What's up, guys?
What's up?
Good morning.
Good morning. It's one of those mornings I just like, good morning. You ever wake up and you're just like, dude, I'm happy to be alive today.
Every day.
Yeah, I know.
Happy to do things for other people in the community. That's exactly what my grandparents would have said. If you have the ability to help others, you jump at that opportunity.
I was just more happy to be alive today because I thought we were going to have cheeseburger for lunch.
What? I know what you want for
No,
lunch.
okay. You know what? I went to one of my favorite barbecue places yesterday. I thought they closed the whole time, so I haven't been there since June. But I was like, hey man, it's great to see you. You know, like I've been craving your food and everything like that. When did you guys reopen? They're like, no, we've been open the whole time. We could have been jamming chicken salads there for the last 6 months.
Well, it's never too late to start jamming chicken salads, guys.
Yeah.
You know what I really love about this team in here? We didn't bother with any pesky New Year's resolutions. No one in here was like, this 2021 is going to be I'm going to work out, I'm going to diet. It's like, we get to that point where and after the pandemic, we just get a pass, for 2021. Jay?
No, I didn't even think about doing it. I haven't done resolutions since maybe like 6th grade when they made us.
Right.
Like, what's your resolution? I was like, this is stupid.
What a Debbie Downer.
No, I was always fortunate because I
dumb.
No, because
dumb
I did
resolution.
fairly well like in school in the academic subjects, so I did all right. I'm not humble brag, but I did all right in that column. But in the other column where it says like exhibits self-control, plays well with others and everything,
You're
I
like
got
needs improvement.
Yeah, I got the U for unsatisfactory. Shocker, I know.
Yeah. No, I mean, other years I kind of try to do a New Year's resolution because, it's at the end of the year, bringing in the new year, you kind of do that self-assessment, right? And then, most of us will be like, okay, well, this year I want to try and do this or, diet more or whatever. But what I love about being Catholic is Lent is a time to retry your New Year's resolutions that you failed on, right? So if you start on January, like, I'm going to give up eating rice, then, come third week of January eating rice, you could always have a do-over in Lent when you decide to give up stuff.
Well, I remember when we used to do a live 10 p.m. newscast, and
wow, that was a while.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
I was actually doing that because Bree was like, "Hey, we're gonna make you do the 10 p.m. show." So I was like, "All right." So my schedule was 2 in the afternoon until 11 p.m. And she actually sent me out. She's like, can you go out and do these man on the street reports and just ask people what they're giving up for Lent? And that's really when social media started to really become a thing, and people just had no shame. I couldn't use maybe 80% of the responses we got. We're like, "Oh, so what are you giving up for Lent?" Beep. It's like, okay, that's not a cut.
He means sex, right? That's what you're.
Well, no, that among other things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
People were like, all sorts, and I was like, wow, a total stranger asks you what you're giving up for Lent with a microphone in your face and a TV camera, and you just revealed that. I was like, wow, you're a braver person than I am.
Well, we get a do-over of Lent this year, guys. Hopefully, knock on wood, if things keep going the way they're going. Because remember, last year there was no Easter. You guys remember that?
That was the 3rd week of this show, and that is the first time I saw you cry.
Oh.
You cried many times, like on last, like throughout last year when we were covering this and everything like that. But it's that week because you're just, and we were talking to, was it Father Paul Gofigan?
Right.
And you
Yeah.
were just saying that I remember distinctly because you were like, Father, it just feels like as a flock, we're lost and we need, we've got nowhere to go, and you just broke. And I was like, and Joser and I were just like, okay, like let's be quiet, let's just let it happen. But that was a really emotional moment, and that was right when the pandemic first started.
Yeah. There's some tears shed on this show last year.
How many
right?
times did you cry, Bree? I want to say 3.
I wasn't counting.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Maybe this year we need to have a cryometer. Anytime you cry, like.
No, you know what we have to have? Because, okay, for primarily for our friends in the States, the Link fam who's in mainland or otherwise, we got to have a Link drinking game. Every time somebody does something like Jason does like a stupid joke, drink. Or Chris says, well, what would be yours?
I would only do it if you did it.
Yeah.
Because you talk mad game, but then when it comes down to like getting it done,
Well, I don't drink, so
Jason is one of those guys who has
have.
like a quarter of a beer and call the cops, right? Are you? Is that?
No, I've seen this. I've had to bring this one home when she's.
Yeah, I know Sabrina, but I'm just wondering about you when you.
Thanks, guys.
Didn't mean that in any kind of way. Yeah, man, you took me back to crying on the radio, dude. I was 20 years in the radio game and I never shed a single tear.
And you also cursed once last year, and you didn't even realize it. You were vibing and you were riffing and everything like that, and you were talking about probably the government, and I remember you just said something, and it wasn't like one of the 4-letter words that you can't say, but you said a phrase that you probably shouldn't have said, and like Joseph and I were like, wow.
Oh.
And I asked you afterwards, I'm like, did you realize what you just said? And you're like, no, you were just in the moment, but
Yeah, we were all in the moment as an island. That was
I don't like thinking back.
I don't
Those
either. It's
days.
pretty dark.
Yeah.
I mean, it's necessary though. But I think where we were coming from was, man, the first surge and the crazy lockdown. People were just hurting, and I think people are still hurting.
most emotional moment for me last year was definitely when we interviewed the widow and the younger brother of my classmate, who was the 41st person
Yep.
to pass from COVID,
Oh, yeah.
Renee Tamunda. So I mean, that was. I've been fortunate in the 21 years I've been here at Camp Happy to do like a whole bunch of interviews that span the range of from the heights of human achievement to like some really really emotionally heavy sad stuff. But that one was really really tough. I almost couldn't make it through. And the one thing that did get me through was I was like, I got to do this for my classmate. And I got to do it for Ren.
That was a tough interview. Guys, and all these interviews that we've done since the show is called Containing COVID, they're all up on our KUAM News YouTube. So maybe make it a playlist and go back to the beginning and check out. There's some really great moments that we had during Containing COVID, and also with the link. Because remember, we dusted off the link and brought out this version of the show kind of right about the time the second surge started.
Okay, you want the real story? So we had Containing COVID, and we did that for what, Joseph? What, 2.5 months? 3 months? 3 months. Okay, yeah, our historian right here. So we did the show Containing COVID for 3 months, and then Bree and Chris said we're gonna take a break because we're gonna re-architect the show. We got some new features we want to do. We want to bring in people not over the phone and just audio, but we actually want to do like video calls and everything, make it like 100% interactive. So it was a really really cool plan. These two took off for like 3 weeks. We knocked out that plan in 2 days. The last 2 days before they came back. However, Bree
did not take
took
off.
off for 2 weeks.
Let the record show Bree did not take
Yeah, because
time off.
because we had what we proposed to the mayors to have virtual liberation parade, which we put together. We did like 2 or 3 productions in that 3 weeks. So like in that whole 3 week 15 workday period, I think you were only out of the office for like a day or two.
But I will be taking leave.
Chris, we thought he was on Mars or something like that.
Yeah.
We're like, "Hey, is Chris still here?"
Guys, Sabrina's going to be taking some time off next week.
I'm gonna try to.
Okay.
Put in my leave request.
6:28. Hey, good morning to our listeners.
Maybe that should be the drinking game for every time Bree like comes in and everything like that. Bree's
Every
like,
time
yeah,
she-
I'm working on a story. Mike and Nicholas just introduced a new bill. Oh, here we go.
Every time she comes in during leave, we take a shot. We'll be drunk by lunch.
She's hardcore. We love her because she has got a work ethic unlike any other.
Thank you to our listeners on The Breeze here. We're KUAM FM, Magotany, Guam on the radio. We also have viewers on KUAM TV. Good morning on you, and our Facebook Live viewers. Ken Paulino, good morning. Be safe. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis saying good morning. Augusto Marges, Mananasidulas, Guam. Mama Bear again, good morning. Sabrina, Chris, Jason, Joe, sir, all of Guam. Mr. Roberto Francesini. Buongiorno, Guam. Biba, the link.
Can you guys see which emoji this is by Mary Jane Villagomez? Because she goes, "Good morning, Chris, Bree, Jason, and Joser. Have a blessed Wednesday." But my eyesight is just so bad at this point.
Like an island with a coconut.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay,
Yeah,
they're
that's the
island
island
coconut
emoji.
trees. All
Yeah.
right.
Sandy Solis, Buenas, and Half a Day. Bev Test J Solis. Chalampongo checking in. Half a Day family in KUAM.
Woohoo!
From today's road. Joshua Katahay. Big Z talking about Zach Lujan, who performed that great version of the Unifresi that we like to play here on the link. Bev Test J Solis created with the emojis Happy Hump Day. with the camel. Rob Z, Kabadoo, get on with the news. Chamarita Rages, off day and good morning. Margaret Bloss, I'll toast to the KUAM News staff. All right. Patrick Sablon, how you doing? How you guys doing? Loaded question, short answer.
Very good.
All right.
Very well. Well, did you see this shout out to you, Bree, from Margaret Bloss? Stay safe. We love you. You are the best female KUM staff. And then you got a lovely bouquet of emoji flowers.
Yeah, day.
Thank you.
Mary Jane.
There's a lot of girl power in our company. We're not. I mean,
And those are the kind of flowers I like, right? Because you know how I am with flowers.
oh, okay. Let's tell that side story, right? So Bree and I got into it. This was what, election night, 2004.
I don't know.
So basically, when you work the election night, we do 15 straight hours on the air, and there comes a point when we're working so late at night, you're doing everything like off the fly, and you're getting like new numbers and everything like that. What is produced in your brain and then what actually comes out through your mouth just don't connect anymore. Like maybe around 4 a.m., 4:30 in the morning. So I said something stupid like outside, and Bree got super pissed off. Didn't talk to me for the rest of that night and the rest of the next day. So I went to the best flower shop on Guam, and I got this wonderful bouquet of like I'm sorry flowers. And I had them in her office when she came in, and I was like, I'm sorry. I made some like stupid comments, like let's squash this. First thing she says, these are the ones I'm allergic to. I was like, and of course I felt like an idiot because I'll go, okay, horse's ass, buys the wrong kind of flowers and everything. By the way, you're welcome.
Josh hey, writes, good morning from Cross Island Road, Santa Rita.
This is the hell that is my life, right?
Nestor Quintanilla, half a day. Teresa Magno Estrada, good morning, everyone. Off a day.
Hey, I got Kathy Ann Rivera, half a day from Arizona, where our friend Vince Regis is. Did Vince ever tell us when we did the interview, Bree, with about Inetnan Gifpago's 20th anniversary, what he's doing in Arizona? I think he's doing graduate school.
I believe he has. I thought he has family in Arizona.
Oh, he's got family. Okay.
Did I miss something? Did he move?
No. He's just been out there. I think he's with his family.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, but I can't remember.
Joy Frunk is half a day getting Barragata from the Love Handles in Guam to Harmon here at 6:32. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9 Wednesday. Like I said yesterday, theme of the show this morning for the most part, education, as we'll have Timo Ismail Perez, the principal of FD, also Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic School Superintendent, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez. We'll also have the Island-wide Board of Governing students to find out how they're posturing for a return to face-to-face education. They'll be joined by the Board of Education's chair, Maria Gutierrez. Also, we'll hear from Harvest with Jeremy Zychek and Cyrus Lure from Guam Animals in Need. And we're also going to go live from Inarajan this morning, okay? So all my southern people will be down in your neck of the jungle.
All right.
To close out the show, we've got Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. All of that and a whole lot more coming up on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Time now for a look at news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off it, everybody. Vaccination clinics continue today at Ukadu High School at 8 a.m. and at Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarajan at 8:30 a.m. 250 doses will be available in Inarajan, while 500 will be available at Ukadu. These are for the first dose who are in Category 1C or 60 years of age and older. The shots are being given on a first-come, first-served basis. You must not currently be infected with the virus or have had the virus or another vaccine such as the flu shot in the past 2 weeks. Although today is the last day of vaccine distribution at Ukadu, vaccines will still be administered on Thursday and Friday at Inarajan. More than 11,000 island residents have been vaccinated so far. Meanwhile, Anderson Air Force Base reports that it has received its first doses of the vaccine and has begun distribution for designated personnel. Vaccine distribution will be in line with the Defense Department's prioritized phased approach for administering the vaccine to strengthen DoD's ability to protect their people, maintain readiness, and support the national COVID-19 response. Due to a limited quantity of available vaccine doses in the initial shipment, it will only be available to Phase 1A personnel. They include healthcare providers and support staff, emergency services, and public safety personnel. More shipments are expected to arrive in the coming weeks and will be available to more DoD personnel, high-risk beneficiaries, and dependents. Joint Region Marianas, as we reported, began vaccine distribution last week to their Phase 1A personnel. The Guam National Guard also received its shipment of vaccines, and over the weekend, about 100 Guard service members were vaccinated. GDOE, in partnership with Public Health, will be hosting a town hall meeting for employees this Thursday regarding testing and vaccinations. Public Health's Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Felix Cabrera, and Physicians Advisory Group member Dr. Louis Cruz will be leading the discussion. Currently, free COVID-19 testing is being offered to GDOE employees at the Northern Region Health Center from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. GDOE is also gathering information from employees to see who is interested in getting the shot. As reported yesterday, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio said GDOE employees, as well as other educational institutions, should be getting vaccinated next week. As for the town hall meeting, it is scheduled for tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon via Zoom. Free COVID-19 community testing, in the meantime, will be offered at the Jotnia Gym tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. You do not have to have symptoms. These are the rapid tests, so you should know the results within 15 minutes. Keep in mind, this is only for COVID-19 testing. Vaccines will not be distributed or administered in Jotnia. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that 6 new COVID-19 cases out of 609 tests performed on Monday. Guam's current COVID case count since last March is now 7,429, with 124 deaths, 116 active cases, and 7,189 recoveries. There are 9 COVID admissions in island hospitals, 4 patients receiving ICU level of care, 4 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 1.4. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Confident. Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Look out for a possible return to PCOR 2 as early as Friday. Speaking Tuesday on KUM's The Link, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio confirms the administration is eyeing that date for what will be a big step in reopening the economy.
That's not a final. Things can always change, but based on how we've been managing this in the last few months, I would think that Friday might be the time.
Should we anticipate bars being allowed to open?
Not by Friday, but I think it's very possible that there'll be maybe additional occupancy the governor's looking at for some places. So we'll see.
Guam briefly returned to PCOR 2 in May of last year, but by August we reverted back to PCOR 1 after a rash of new infections. More on the recent Guam Fire Department firefighter that tested positive for COVID-19. As we reported, a firefighter assigned to Inarajan but temporarily assigned to Estumbo had fell ill during work on Friday afternoon. The firefighter was secured immediately from duty and took a test right after. It was confirmed that earlier that same day, firefighters had received their second dose of the vaccine at Ukuru High School. It is not clear if the firefighter had been experiencing symptoms prior to getting the shot. We should clarify that the vaccine does not protect you until approximately 7 to 10 days after the second dose. According to Battalion Chief Ed Chaco, even though firefighters get their vaccinations and have waited the prescribed time, they will continue to follow all infection control procedures that are in place. Knowing that vaccinations will strengthen their immune system will make them a little more confident while performing their duties. The firefighter is currently in isolation. To date, there have been 13 GFD personnel who have had the virus since March of last year. An update on pending COVID-related financial aid. As of Friday, Administration Director Ed Burns says they've received applications and processed a total of 108 bereavement checks. These are $10,000 payments authorized by Governor Lou Leon Guerrero from CARES Act funding for the families of those who had died as a result of COVID-19. To date, there have been 124 Guam deaths linked to the virus. Meanwhile, Rev and Tax Director Daphne Shimizu says they're still working with the Treasury Department on the second round of $600 federal stimulus payments. But she did not have any current updates. Finally, there is no telling if and when the $800 relief payments will be made for the Local Rise Act. The governor allowed it to lapse into law without her signature, but in a letter to the legislature, she said the intent is laudable, but as we all know, the government of Guam's finances are limited. An authorization to transfer money from funds that are already shortchanged already in the current budget is tantamount to an empty promise. 8 defendants were indicted on Friday, January 8th, for separate cases involving possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony.
According to the Office of the Attorney General, grand jury proceedings have increased to address cases where felony charges were filed with proceedings suspended or limited due to the public health emergency. For this reason, a grand jury indictment comes down on 8 more drug defendants. Jensen Belga de Velas was charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance and possession of a firearm without a firearms identification card, both as third-degree felonies. Jason Leon Guerrero faces possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony. Jesse Villacorta Borja also faces possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony. Luke Allen Pangilinan Titano was indicted for possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony, expired registration as a violation, and operating a vehicle without a valid license as a violation. Jocelyn Ancy Marie Bloss was charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony. Jovan Joletti Bradbury faces possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony and vehicle without identification as a misdemeanor. Jacob Anthony Tajero Meno faces possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony, expired registration as a violation, and operating a vehicle without a valid license as a violation. Francis Louis Canyo Kelapusan was charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight.
Thanks, Chris. After several days of witness testimony from the government's confidential informant Brenda Kinian, the district court is making arrangements to extend former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Bloss's sentencing. Kinian's testimony concluded yesterday morning and was excused from the court. Adriana Cotero reports.
Former Jotnya Mayor Jesse Mingiola Bloss's sentencing hearing resumed this morning with defense counsel Joseph Rosano cross-examining the government's confidential informant Brenda Kinian. According to KUAM archives, Kinian entered a guilty plea in September 2018. She testified in court Tuesday that she was charged with extortion by wrongful use of threatened force, violence, or fear, and aiding and abetting extortion under pretense of office and employment. Kinian, along with 2 unnamed associates, stole $450,000 from the An family in Agate. She testified in 1 month they conspired to steal $75,000 from the An family. The trio told the victims they were protecting them from burglary and further lied with telling them they had an FBI connection to guard them. Additionally, Kinian testified they tried to get the An family to sign a deed of all their Agate property to her. According to the plea agreement, the Ans owned and operated a market in Agate. In April 2018, there were several robberies at the convenience store while the Ans were present. In one incident, Mrs. An's chin was cut by a robber. Documents state Kinian lived behind the market and promised protection for the family. From April 28, 2017 to May 31, 2018, Kinian and others took advantage of the An's fear and trauma from the robbery. When the 39-year-old returns in district court for her own sentencing hearing, she faces a maximum penalty of 20 years behind bars and to pay the $450,000 in restitution to the victims. Hoping for a more lenient sentencing recommendation, Kinian began cooperating with the feds. She posed as a drug trafficker in Bloss's federal case. According to court documents, various motions to continue a status hearing for Kinian was made because the defendant continues to assist the government in ongoing investigations with the FBI and other federal law enforcement agencies involving public corruption and narcotics trafficking. This to include Kinian testifying in Bloss's case. Bloss, who is also facing a maximum imprisonment term of 20 years for pleading guilty to 1 count of extortion. He was arrested in September 2019 for allowing drug trafficking through village mailboxes in exchange for bribes. Through Kinian, the Fed set up controlled phone calls and meetings involving discussions of drug purchases and arranged money transactions, all of which were under electronic surveillance and recorded by the FBI. Rosano heavily questioned Kinian on these cooperation arrangements made with the feds. Kinian testified a female FBI agent searched her each time after meeting with the ex-mayor and stated the feds took photos of the money they gave her to pay Mr. Bloss. This included a December 2018 meeting when Kinian paid Bloss $5,000 and he handed her back $100. Another instance of a payment of $4,000 to Bloss. During Assistant U.S. Attorney Laura Sambataro's redirect, evidence from a March 21, 2019 phone call indicated that Bloss threatened to close the mailbox if he did not receive his payment. During the call, Kinian asked Bloss to leave it open, stating he has already received $10,000. yet he denied her request. He told her he needed the money for his medical and has no choice but to shut it down. Further, Blas said he would reopen the box once he gets the money. The sentencing is anticipated to continue through Thursday, January 14th. As for Kinion's case, a 7th motion for continuance sets her next court appearance for February 11th.
AG Levin Camacho joins 48 other attorneys general in pushing federal regulators to examine recent progress in their fight against opioid abuse. The AGs want clarification on how the FDA is using and plans to use powers granted under federal law to implement safer opioid packaging and disposal features, research and issuance of new regulations, and non-addictive alternatives to opioids and guidelines for prescriptions. The attorneys general believe the FDA plays a critical role in ensuring both the safety and efficacy of opioids and encouraging non-addictive, non-opioid alternatives for treating pain. In national news, the FBI is warning of armed protests planned at all 50 state capitals leading up to the inauguration of President-elect Joe Biden. The warning comes as the acting Homeland Security Secretary steps down. Deborah Alfarone reports from Capitol Hill.
The abrupt resignation of acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf is drawing sharp criticism from security experts.
The resignation of the Homeland Security Secretary 9 days before a national security special event that he himself is responsible for is both disgraceful and irresponsible.
Wolf's resignation comes less than a week after he pledged to remain in office, and as the FBI warns of armed protests planned at all 50 state capitals leading up to the inauguration. This morning, Michigan's Attorney General tweeted that the state capitol in Lansing is not safe. 10,000 National Guard troops are already in D.C. or on their way, and that number could go up to 15,000. The Washington Monument has closed, and the Park Service says it may shut down other public areas in the coming days. This 7-foot non-scalable fence is one of the new security measures. It surrounds the U.S. Capitol, and it's meant to keep disruptors from getting near the buildings. President Trump approved D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser's request for an emergency declaration. She's urging people to stay home.
Our goals right now are to encourage Americans to participate virtually and to protect the District of Columbia from a repeat of the violent insurrection experienced at the Capitol.
President-elect Joe Biden says he's still planning to take the oath of office on the west front of the Capitol. Deborah Alfarone reporting for KUAM News.
That's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yeah, Elway Akeda. The vibe, man. What's up, Elway? 6:51. Good morning, Guam. Hey, our Facebook Live feed. I want to shout it out to Teresa, who writes in here. Thank you, KUAM News staff, for being energetic every day, for giving us news. We love you. We love you, too. Don't be scared to say I love you guys.
I'm also getting a shout out from some place that we have not heard from ever. Amelia Island in Florida. I'm not even sure where Amelia Island is. I've only ever been to, like, Orlando, so... somewhere around it. Well, in between, assumedly, in between the Panhandle and the Keys. It's Amelia Island, like there somewhere.
Our buddy Nenny Poodles, F. Glenn Lujan. Good morning, KUAM, The Link, Sabrina Joser, Chris Jason, everyone working behind the scenes. Leanne Beneventi. Good morning, Guam, the CNMI. Good morning, Ani.
Good morning.
6:53. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the Director of the Department of Agriculture standing by. Chelsea Munya-Brett. Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. I know you guys have a lot going on, so we wanted to play a little bit of catch up. Wow, you sent me a bunch of pictures. We're going to pop up here on the link. So many pictures. We have a montage. And then I did want to ask about the stray dog thing, but go ahead and if you want to just catch us up on what you guys got going on with the Department of Agriculture, because I know that we're kind of winding down from the height of that second surge, and you know it's back to work for so many people. I'm not saying you guys haven't been working, but you know what I mean, right? We're posturing and starting to do things that we may not have been doing during the height of the surge. So what's going on at Department of Ag?
We never stopped. We've been surging.
Right.
I had to write down stuff just to see if I could recall even half of the things we've been working on. I'll run through a list. You can pick and choose what you like to talk about.
Sure.
We have Guam's, or the Department of Agriculture's first ever conservation reservist program. Although the reservist program was established in 1975, this is the first time we have funding for the Department of Agriculture to have reservists. The press release should be coming out later today. We have the stray animal stuff that we've been talking about with the Mayor's Council and with GAIN. We've been chipping Christmas trees and giving people mulch for the past 2 weekends. We have a grant funding opportunity out of our Agriculture Development Services where farmers and local nonprofits will be able to apply for mini grants. I think it's one of the first times it's being done out of the department, actually. We still have the CARES Act Fisheries Program. We are preparing for a critical habitat designation public hearing that NOAA is going to have. They released a proposed rule in December, right before Christmas, and they're going to be designating critical habitat areas for CNMI, Guam, American Samoa, and they weren't even planning on having a public hearing initially, but we asked for that during the Westpac Council meeting. So now we will have 2 public hearings, and it's for them to designate, or the proposed rule will designate 7 different species of coral as endangered species. We are in DAR Fisheries, we are working with several stakeholders to have our first meeting of about 32 people to begin the planning for the development of Guam's first fisheries management plan, which has never been done before. So every time people say things like we should have catch limits or size limits, that all comes from a fisheries management plan. We are working with the Department of the Navy on identifying a vendor who will help us spend the $2 million we were awarded, or technically the Department of Navy was awarded, but it was our grant with them to establish conservation areas for listed and endangered species on Guam, which basically just means we will do a lot of restoration activities, and these will be open to the public. I mean, depending on where the areas are. So it's not just for the purposes of endangered species, but it's to improve our habitat island-wide for all of us. And then we are working with the University of Guam to spend the $1 million we received for the development of a habitat conservation plan, which is also for endangered species. So it's kind of along the same lines as the REPI funding. And that's just what I remembered from last night.
I wanted to catch up on the, remember the fisherman grants with the CARES Act?
Yes.
You guys were able to get that money out and stuff?
Yes, so funnily, and not, I guess it's not really funny, but we, we laugh at all the inappropriate things. We have over, I think it was 814 people who registered as fishers, and we announced that we were accepting applications, but to date, we'd only received about 180 applications. So we sent an email to the commission, requested to amend our spend plan. We've extended the deadline till the end of January 29th. So now we're trying to do a lot more outreach. We even have people cold calling each of the registrants to have them come in and submit an application so that we can be sure to get people their money.
Right. Yeah.
So people registered, but then they never applied to get the funding.
Right.
We did have Frank Roberto on a couple weeks ago regarding the extension of the deadline. So has anything at all been paid out?
Not yet. We sent off our first batch of the 180 applications, so that should be in process right now. Hopefully people will receive money in less than 2 weeks.
Well, so this is a way for people out here to get some money, and it's not just for commercial fishermen. This is for sustenance fishermen, right?
Absolutely. We had those. That's the largest group, was 784 sustenance fishers.
Right. So, guys, if you applied for this, there's money. I mean, they're just giving it away. So, answer the phone. Maybe follow up. How do they follow up? Let's say someone applied, and then as the island started to reopen, maybe it wasn't on the top of their mind anymore. So how do they follow up on that?
There's several ways. We have people coming into the office. The doors are locked, so you kind of just ring the doorbell, wash your hands outside, come inside, and someone will talk with you. We have people answering phones, and like I said, we have 2 different people designated to cold call people who are on the list, just to let them know that they need to come in and apply. We have our fisheries@doag.guam.gov email address. We have the doag.guam.gov website where if you click under resources, all of the application forms are there too, and you can download and fill them out. You can fill it out on your phone and then email it right back to us. You can pick up hard copies of the form. People have been calling or emailing me asking about or following up for themselves. So we all will talk to anybody who needs some sort of information about it.
Do you have a kind of a ballpark idea about what amount some of these awards could be, maybe from like the sustenance level to the commercial fishermen?
Oh,
What
for
is the
sure.
ballpark?
At the sustenance level, you will receive $953.68. Then there's a second tier of fishers who have some of their commercial receipts and they can demonstrate that they sell their fish. They'll receive $1,200. And then the tier above that is for anyone who is registered with GRT. They have all of their GRT receipts and tax documents that demonstrate that that's their livelihood completely or largely. They receive varying amounts based on their losses for the year. So we had people receiving anywhere from $1,000 to $13,000 to $30,000 based on how much income they can demonstrate that they've lost.
I'm just curious why it's taken so long.
Well, the first part was getting the proposal through to the commission. We did that last year. We were the first territory to get our proposal in our spend plan in. They approved it. That kind of took a long time because it's not just us going directly to them. We have to go through the Fisheries Commission, which is who I sent it to. Then they sent it to NOAA, the Pacific Marine Fisheries or NMFS, National Marine Fisheries section. They reviewed everything. They'd send it back to the commission, who would then send it back to me to amend certain things. Some of the edits they required were just like super minutia, where you're already kind of getting frustrated. Well, I was getting frustrated. Like, really, you want me to I have to elaborate on what that date's going to look like, or how much time we're going to spend on reviewing documents. I mean, little things like that. So it went back and forth at least 3 times before they finally approved it. And then we approved it and announced it. We had about a month for people to turn in their forms. And then at the end of that month, we realized only 100 people had even responded. So then to send it back to them to amend it again and announce that we wanted to extend it and include that information in there. Then they'd send it back, and even just to amend it, to amend the date I think spent plan version 3.
Okay, that's more amendments in the legislature.
Yeah, but like you said, hopefully the first payments will be going out within 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And really, we just want people to apply. I mean, we'll extend as many times as we need to. I want to make sure that everyone who registered gets their money.
Yeah. And again, that deadline is the 29th, as
Yes.
Chelsea had mentioned.
Can you send us the application on WhatsApp, and then we'll share it on our site, just so it can be easier for people to get?
Absolutely.
You can also request a packet by emailing fisheries@doag.guam.gov. So please take advantage of that program.
Right on. That is, I mean, if you go out there, catching fish, sustenance to feed the family, I mean, who doesn't do that? Or you sell fish on the side or whatever. This is some federal funds that it's here for the asking, really. Chelsea, I wanted to kind of follow up because I know there was a meeting yesterday at Gain with some of the mayors, and I believe it was regarding that stray dog issue. Can you? And I remember before the pandemic, there was a mayor's council meeting I went to, and I think there was a thing Senator Rogel was kind of trying to work on. I don't know whatever came of it, but just obviously mayor's struggling with the stray dog issue. And I think I heard at that meeting that there was something like, 60,000 stray. Is this just dogs, or are we including chickens and cats?
If we were including chickens and cats, I think we'd be somewhere around the million mark. No, actually, Cyrus kind of clarified that yesterday. So he their numbers are based off of the last population count, which I think was done around 2012, he had said. So extrapolating that number, they conclude that there are about 60,000 dogs or pets on Guam, and about somewhere upwards of 30,000 of those are strays. So I think that maybe refines the number a little bit more for us.
Right.
But we actually had a really fantastic meeting, and I have to give a lot of credit to Mayor Rudy Paco from Wangmong Tatumaiti, because he led his group from the Mayor's Council, the Stray Animal Roundup Committee, and everyone came to the table. So it wasn't just the mayor and I talking about things. There were about 7 other mayors there, and then Gain and us, and we discussed and put everything kind of out on the table. It wasn't just saying nice things to say nice things and what we think could happen. But we sat there together till we came up with a plan and we can't just wait for the grant funding that we're applying for to come. So what can we do in the meantime? And this is not I don't want to try and take credit for any of this. I mean, Mayor Paco brought us to the table and we hashed out a plan that we want to do just as a trial run until we get funding that'll allow us to expand and have a larger stray animal roundup where we spay, neuter, and euthanize animals. But we're going to pilot a project in Santa Rita. The mayors are going to get together and do a lot of, remodeling and fixing up work at Gain so they can increase the number of kennels that are available. Right now, Gain has, I think, about 30 functioning kennels, 17 of which can be used for strays. So that's really not a lot. And when people bring in strays, that already occupies the kennel, so that there's no space for the mayors. So there are entire 2, I think, tracts of kennels at Gain that are not being used for reasons like it needs either more fencing, or there's a hole, or there's an opening at the top and the dogs are climbing out. So the mayor showed up at Gain and we took a look at everything that needed to be fixed, and they stood there and decided, what materials are needed, and how many staff are needed, and they're going to try and get at least 1 staff member from each village to come up, and they'll start fixing up the kennels at Gain. And I think it's proactive.
So what is the plan going to be to round up those strays in Santa Rita?
We're looking at within the next week to hopefully just next week. The mayors are going to up at Gain again, I think Thursday, to cut grass and fix the fences. And then we're trying to get the animal volunteers at Gain vaccinated, so that, because when we do the community outreach, we want to go into Santa Rita and microchip all of the dogs that are people's pets, so that we don't end up seizing them and then have to hold them for 10 days and then people come in and say, we killed their pet or we took their pet. And rather than having Santa Rita residents try to come all the way up to Jigo to turn in animals, we want to just take it to them, or to bring up animals to get microchipped. So the plan is that we'll go into the village, do outreach, microchip any of the dogs or strays that are not actually strays but people's pets. And then the following week when we come in, we're going to have our animal control officer lead a group of mayor's council staff who will be assisting, and the mayors will bring their kennels too, because rather than waiting for us to be able to buy more kennels for the department, they all have their kennels. Let's bring all of our, it's kind of like a big potluck of kennels and traps, and catch the dogs and then take them up to Gain where they'll have spaces waiting.
We're going to put this application form for the fishermen's relief.
It's missing 1 page.
Okay.
There's 1 more page to it, so there's 3 pages. I'm trying to download the other one.
We'll put that up in the comments, Jay?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
and Chelsea, we got it up on screen now just so people can see what they have to fill out and everything. So we got you covered.
Okay.
Is there a limit on how many strays Gain can take?
Right now there is, because of the space that they have available, and it varies every day, because they said, when we were talking with Alan, she said at least 80% of the animals that are brought in are from private residents. So then when a mayor has 10 dogs that they've caught, Gain can sometimes take 1 or 2 and then they have to send the rest back. So the kennels that the mayors are fixing will be dedicated specifically for this roundup.
So Chelsea, we go to Santa Rita, we round up the dogs, take whichever one's up to gain, put the other ones in the kennels. What's the timeline from when we round them up to allow people? Did you say 10 days?
Well, you have 10 days if the animal has a tag or a license or they believe it belongs to someone. But if not, then it has 3 days before it can be euthanized or put out for adoption. If it's a completely feral dog, it's aggressive, it's going to start harming itself because it's never been caged or tied up or anything, and now all of a sudden it's in a cage. I mean, we saw that, those really hard fences. The metal had been bent in certain spots or stretched because of the dogs climbing out of the fences. And I mean, it's a wild animal trying to gain its freedom. So it just tore through some of those materials. And I guess when they do that, they really hurt themselves, or they'll try and fit through certain holes. So then those are the animals that'll be euthanized after the 3 days. That's another part of the conversation we need to have, is whether we really need the 3-day hold, because by law they have to hold the animals for 3 days. And in some cases, I think it's fairly obvious that that's an animal that you can euthanize rather quickly.
And Gaines on board with that? Who's going to do the euthanizing?
Well, that it's a challenge for Gaines staff, and it does have a psychological and emotional toll on them. So what we're working on that also kind of requires a little bit of legislative intervention is to have our animal control officers also be certified in euthanizing pets. Because right now it is up to GAIN or other veterinarians or a territorial veterinarian to euthanize pets or strays. And GAIN doesn't want to be on board with it, but they do understand that that's part of the process that needs to happen in order for us to really effectuate change in our community with the number of strays that are out there.
You done with strays?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the critical habitat designation. Can you kind of just explain to our viewers what exactly is NOAA proposing when you talk about critical habitat? What does this exactly mean?
Okay, so there are, let me double check, but there are 7 different species of corals that are found in the Indo-Pacific that are believed to, at some point without any intervention, eventually disappear, where we won't have them. A large part of it is climate change. Others are fishing pressures or land-based sources of pollution. So NOAA found or has this listing of coral, and they want to designate critical habitat, which are areas that are shown to be where the corals can grow. Like there's a solid substrate on the bottom, water that flows in and out. And so they want to designate, I'll share the maps with you. Some of it's kind of crazy, like the entire area around Rota.
I see the map. I just had it up for Guam.
The one for Guam is everywhere that's
everywhere,
not
almost
a military base.
Yeah. So if you designate almost everywhere around the island, does that mean you can't fish, you can't swim? What exactly does that mean?
Well, that was my big question. So from what I've read so far, that's not what it means, but we're also scheduling a meeting with the guy who wrote the rule. What it means is that but then this is where it gets tricky, because what it means is that any federal projects that are going to be done in those areas now need to go through an extra layer of scrutiny and permitting before you can engage in any of that work. However, all of our projects for DAR are federally funded. And then my question is, what about if it's a federally funded land-based project and it's somehow going to impact the ocean or nearshore reefs or even just the water in those areas? Does that mean that requires an extra layer of permitting as well then? So it's not really cut and dried for us. And even our coral reef coordinator, when she read the rules, said she had more questions than answers. So today, after this, in our fisheries division, we're all meeting to discuss the proposed rule. I had everybody read through it, and we're going to come to the table and figure out what we know. And then I have a meeting right after that with representatives from the CNMI and American Samoa to discuss what we know. And then we're still working with the Coral Reef Task Force that's trying to arrange a meeting with the guy from NOAA who wrote the rule so that we can ask our questions of him. And then the first public hearing is on January 20th at 4 p.m.
20th
Guam
or
time.
20th, or I thought it said the 22nd. But
That's the second meeting. The second meeting is January 22nd on Guam. It'll be the 21st in American Samoa.
Okay.
So January 22nd is the second meeting. The first one's on the 20th.
Chelsea, you said that this could affect federal projects. Does that include any type of military training or activity, or?
No, because here, I'd love to share this map with you. That's the only area that's not eligible for designation as critical or coral critical habitat.
You remember, though, back several years ago when critical habitat came up. I think it was for Retidian or around that area for the birds. Do you remember that? It was years ago. That's why I was like, critical habitat. Oh, no. What does this mean?
It's, when you first hear it, and it was the presentation done for us as part of the Westpac Council meeting, it was scary because all I heard was critical habitat, and then I saw this map, and the map at that time wasn't even in color. That this one that I'm sending you looks so much better on. It was in black and white, so you couldn't really see all of the areas, but it looked like the whole island was basically shaded.
Exactly. That's why I pulled it up. I was like, oh, we got to ask her about this.
I was like, wait, what do you mean? What does that mean for the fishers? And the lady, she couldn't answer all of the questions. So I said, well, and I asked them if they were planning on having a public hearing, and they said they had not been thinking about it, but I was scrolling through the documents that they attached for us, and I saw one section that said they have to have a public hearing if it's requested. So I said, well, we're requesting a public hearing.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys are tracking this and it's on your radar. And
keep us posted.
Yeah.
Here, I'll send you this map. It's in color, and it's sure to raise your ire.
All right, Chelsea. Thank you.
We're gonna let you go check your dogs now.
They're like 75% Labrador Retriever and Golden Retriever. So, if anyone's interested.
I like that. You're breaking it down into percentages.
Oh, yeah, because then they're 25% booty dog.
Wow.
Thanks, Chelsea.
Thanks, Chelsea. All right.
You're welcome, guys.
Again, if you're a fisherman, sustenance, commercial, whatever, we put these apps up on our comments, and she's going to send us some more paperwork. There's a website that she referenced during the interview, Jay.
Yeah, and you can actually download that. We put it in the comments. So we've got the PDF. So check it out. It's really, really easy to fill out. Like Director Munya Brecht was saying, it is a couple of pages. So it'll probably take you, a few minutes to do, but certainly worth your while. And you can download that right now. It's on our comment stream. So go check it out. It's good stuff.
Right. All right. The deadline, it has been extended. So the deadline is January 29th. It's a week and a half left to apply.
Right, and the awarding.
She's got one more thing to say.
Oh, okay.
One thing that people keep forgetting is to sign the W-9.
Okay.
The W-9 has a little section in the middle of the page where it requires your signature, and that's the one thing everybody keeps forgetting.
Okay. All right, so sign your W-9. Thanks, Chelsea. All right. Guys, so the minimum award, she was saying, is something like $950. All right, if you're a sustenance fisherman. So get on that, please. 7:18, let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have from the Chamber of Commerce, Christine Boleto, and from the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association, Mary Rhodes. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning, Kristen Bree.
Good morning.
I wanted to bring you guys on. Well, kind of just, I know we had Catherine on a couple days ago, but just to kind of get an update. And then I know there's a couple issues you wanted to bring up here, but I guess we'll start with Mary, hotels, restaurants, and, Christine, what you can add too. How are they faring under this current set of conditions that we're living under?
Well,
I know that a lot of the businesses have been adjusting with being at 25% for indoor dining. And I know that we're looking to go possibly to increase that number. But the CAR score has been higher than what it's been the last couple of weeks. But the businesses are having to adjust because they have been closed for some time. And, you know, it's not easy in reopening businesses. It's not as easy as everybody thinks because especially with hiring of employees and getting actually the inventory back is a challenge, especially knowing you know, distributors might not have had regular orders and just being prepared to go in. So when we say, you know, we're going to reopen within a day or two, it's just not as easy. And some businesses still haven't decided to open yet, even at 25%. So we're looking forward to increasing that number to 50% eventually or soon, and then into higher numbers, knowing that the vaccine is here and rapid testing has started. And so it's really important to get all of those strategies in place as we continue to mitigate so we can develop some normalcy, some sense of normalcy for operations, for businesses, and also employees returning to work. It's been a while for some people, and it's really important that they continue to monitor, mitigate it, and to really maintain operations so that we don't go backwards. As we all know, has been very challenging for us when you go back and forth between PCORs.
Are you guys hearing, though, that we heard from Lieutenant Governor yesterday that the governor's more than likely to restore the island in PCOR 2? And having said that, is that what you guys are hearing? And also, have you heard what sort of
that's what we're hearing, but keep in mind, PCOR 2 is pretty much where we're at, where we have retail open at 50%. You know, as Mary mentioned, we'd like to see in dining move to 50%, and perhaps some of the other business understanding that bars are still kind of the taboo word. Every time we mention it, you know, there's this, you know, response because of just the nature of bars and the risk of spreading the disease in sort of their business model. But essentially, we are pretty much at PCOR 2. Where we want to be is to move towards PCOR 3. And, you know, again, as Mary mentioned, with the vaccines, you know, on island and our inoculation schedule, it seems, you know, that we're ahead of schedule and we're being very aggressive. We hope that at the same token, then that allows us to open more and more. We've been talking to the governor about raising occupancy for retail and some of the low-risk business to 75%, even though it's just a declaration of PCOR 2. So we're pushing for the PCOR 2.25. 2.5 and 2.75 and hope that, you know, kind of how we've been doing over the last few months is just get businesses open, because, you know, in some cases, you know, even at 25%, and there's some businesses or restaurants that can't do outdoor dining, 25% is not enough to even pay the rent or attempt to bring people back to provide service to the customers. And so you know, we really hope to move that forward and try to get on that road of recovery as the vaccinations continue to be administered throughout our people.
All right, so you said you've been talking to the governor. So what has been her feedback?
Well, we've been meeting a little bit more regularly since the new year, actually probably in December. And, you know, the CAR scores look really, really good. And so we had hoped actually 2 weeks ago that we would have been already at 50% in dining, but unfortunately, every time there's a little spike in that CAR score, you know, she becomes very, very cautious. She obviously doesn't want us to go back to a complete shutdown. And so we have a meeting actually with her today. We're hoping, because we've requested with the CAR score going up, is that internal to our community, or is that based on the positive numbers that are coming from the QFAC? And if it's from the QFAC, then basically we're doing a good job, right, of controlling the spread by stopping those that have the virus when they come in from spreading it in the community. And so we're really asking her to focus a little bit more just on the internal, and if internally our CAR score is still, very, very low, then obviously we're requesting that more businesses be allowed to open so that we could get our people back to working.
Christine, when you say we've been meeting, are you talking as in the Chamber of Commerce, or are you talking as in the Economic Recovery Panel of Advisors?
Yeah. Is that still a thing?
The advisory panel.
Okay.
Okay. We had
it's sort of been revived.
Wow. Nice.
We've been meeting a lot more regularly, and perhaps what it was when we were in the midst of such high numbers and the unfortunate passing of some of our community members. Talking about reopening was just something she wasn't willing to entertain. So as the numbers started to go down, then we were called back into these meetings. And so, like I said, just I would think it was like December is where we started really meeting regularly again and discussing reopening.
Right. We had Lieutenant Governor on yesterday, and he said that he's anticipating by the end of the week or next week that the way he said it, it seemed like they're going to increase the capacities. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure for what industries, but he did say that that's going to happen before the bars reopen. So that was what we got from Adelup yesterday.
Yeah, and that pretty much goes in line with it's right. We developed this whole reopening, and it was based on PCOR, 1, 2, 3, 4, and there are certain milestones within each of those levels, and we're kind of not following it completely, but it still provides.
Kind of, yeah. They threw that out the window, Christine.
It provides some kind of roadmap. So for us, like I mentioned, it's picking and choosing. A lot of the times what they feel is able to reopen. One of the things that we've suggested, at least on the chamber side, and I'm always the wild one, unfortunately, but it was like, well, can we open retail and low risk at 75 or 100%? Because again, this is not where the spread is happening. If anything, most of the numbers point to social gatherings, the barbecues, the funerals, and so, when we increase social gathering without increasing necessarily the capacity of the businesses, that's a concern because we're tied to those positive numbers. And so we're trying to kind of strike a balance and, really push for especially low risk businesses, or provide options. In the case of restaurants, there are some restaurants out there that have put up plexiglass separators. They've installed air filtration. They're doing the contact tracing logs and so forth. And so they're doing everything that they need to do, and they have the ability. So the question that was asked is, can we give that consideration for those businesses that have gone above and beyond, to make sure that their customers are protected? And so, again, it's a discussion that's ongoing. We really are trying to push for especially the low risk and the retail, as well as moving restaurants to 50% and hoping to get a little bit more open. So when we say we're going into PCOR 2, as I shared with Bree, technically we are already there.
I think we're in PCOR 3.
The PCOR level. And we're really trying to push for PCOR 3 at this point.
Right.
But, like I said earlier, I think that a lot of us has been very frustrated because all the businesses have been following those protocols, and, nothing has been traced back to them specifically over these months. And it's just been a long process, and it continues to be subjective. And so we would like to be a lot more objective and to allow the businesses to maintain those protocols and continue to operate. And I think that everything is in place for them to operate safely. And we have other things in place that helps the community to be safe, like vaccines and rapid testing. So I think that we need to kind of move on and realize that we've gone to a point where we've given everybody goals, you know, the community, the businesses, we've kind of helped guide them through this process. And I would like to see that we start moving forward, because as you can see, even it's affecting the way even we promote our island and our ability to even get testing at the airport for inbound and outbound travel. We can't even have those conversations if we're continuing to stay in PCOR 1/PCOR 2.
Well, you mentioned you have a meeting with the governor later, and one sure way to screw up a meeting with Maga Haga is to go on the link with Senator Moylan the morning of.
Oh no.
Good morning.
Yeah, that was my good morning.
It's for another issue. Yeah.
Yeah. Not the opening.
Right. And so, I mean, it kind of, I know you guys are asking about, or asking to increase the capacities, but like I said, Lieutenant Governor kind of already showed us that the inclination is there to do that. So what would be the next issue that you guys would want to bring to the attention of the governor?
Well, we asked,
go ahead,
we asked to come on basically because, you know, there are other things we have to start thinking about is really getting the economy going. And part of that is, you know, the Republican Party did put out their letter with regards to some of their initiatives this year. But one thing that wasn't on there that GHRA and Guam Chamber of Commerce have been discussing actually since late last year with some of the senators. And we're really grateful that Senator Moylan has agreed to take this on is deferring the minimum wage increase. I know that we were on your show, both Chris and I were on your show sometime last year, like November, and we had talked a little bit about other things that we could look forward to, like a deferral on minimum wage. And so we're really grateful because Senator Moylan has agreed to move forward with that. I've been in discussion with a couple of other senators, but he certainly is taking the lead on this, and maybe he can explain what his process will be to introduce this. And we need organizations like Chamber, GHRA, and other organizations to come out and really support this effort to defer it for at least 1 year, because right now, just businesses and the economy, we cannot afford any increases in 2021.
Senator Moylan, Minority Leader of the 36th Guam Legislature. So, is it a bill, or what? How are you trying to do this?
Well, yes, and good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Chamber of Representation and Mary and Christine, and good morning, Chris and Bree. Yes, what we have to do really is really look at how we can assist as a legislature, how we can assist to rebuild our economy. We have heard what we need to do and how we are improving with the general health of the people going through this pandemic. What is the next move, right? We are very involved, as they explained, the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association and the Guam Chamber is very involved with the governor to reopen the economy. So as your senator, what can I do to assist? And it's very clear. We know our general fund is in a bad situation, basically, right? What we projected for our funding to be for this fiscal year, we're not reaching that point. How is it going to be in the following year? Probably not any better, unless what was explained, that we can open up our businesses to full capacity and hire the people. The general fund is greatly affected by two things. That's the BBT, business privilege tax, the corporate tax, and then the employee tax, payroll tax. Those things are not generating as expected, and they won't unless we help the small businesses, unless we help our hotels get back to business, and so we can get these 27, almost 30,000 people back employed. We're so fortunate that the extension of the PUA has been made, and we're awaiting for that to generate back into the system, and it will come. But in the meantime, what do we need to do? We have to help these small businesses open their doors. How I can assist is by reducing the taxes and by reducing the fees. We know that in the 35th Guam legislature, we did pass the percentages of minimum wage increase on a 50 cents increase, and the next one is coming up. It's coming up in March. To do this at this point will be it will be a great struggle that we're putting on to the businesses when they want to open their doors now, when they want to hire their employees now. And now we're telling them you must increase the minimum wage from at this point. Possibly some can, and there's nothing to say they won't do it. But at the same time, to mandate it at such a difficult time, it's difficult. Are we more concerned about doing this at this point, or should we be concerned about allowing the companies to hire as many people as possible, allowing the businesses to open their doors finally after 9-10 months? And what would they expect when they finally open their doors? The amount of projection and profitability that they expected? Probably not, when they're limited with the amount of customers that come in based on their type of services they provide. So yes, I'm looking at a measure to introduce shortly to postpone, not stop the minimum wage increase of the next 50 cents increment, but just postpone for 1 year until, or to give the time for the businesses to reestablish, to pay their bills, to order their inventory, to hire their employees. And I'm sure as the economy comes back, because I'm very confident at Shell, since we're doing much better with our scores and our health, and these companies, when they open their doors, they're not going to do it hastily, right? They're going to do it properly with the equipment. They'll be concerned for their customers. They'll be also more concerned as well for their employees, because they don't want to close their door because something went wrong. They want to open it and keep it open, and so they can get back into business. And by doing so, we'll be able to generate then the BBT that we expect, the salaries that we expect for the employees as well, and competition will come on back. So to answer your question, yes, I'm looking at a bill to introduce here shortly to postpone the minimum wage increase until the following year.
Let me play devil's advocate.
That would help the business open it.
Let me play devil's advocate and go to bat for the little folks. As challenging and difficult as you guys say it'll be for the businesses to shoulder this minimum wage increase in March, it's got to be equally difficult and challenging for those minimum wage earners who are banking on this increase to their pay. So what would you say to those minimum wage earners out there who, 50 cents extra an hour to a lot of people it means a lot.
So I think that's always been the conflict that's out there, is that the minimum wage earners need it as much as the businesses to kind of thrive and survive. But the reality is that especially in these times, as the senator mentioned, when we're just struggling to stay open, if you're even open, right? And as you come back, you've just gone months and months without any kind of income. You need to pay rent, you need to pay the business loan, you need to pay for the operations. And, if you're not able to do that, then you can't pay people. You simply shut your doors. We know for a fact that a lot of the small to medium businesses, owners are back in. They're not even paying employees. They're doing the work themselves because they simply just cannot afford. So, basically what it comes down to is being able to sustain your employees at the current rate, or not having any employees, or having less employees. It's just the reality. And, oftentimes I try to break it down as simply as possible to say, when you run a business, it's like running your home finances. You have a job, you need to pay the mortgage, you need to pay the food, you need to pay all your expenses. If you lose your job, you can't continue to pay, a stipend to your kids or anybody doing work around your house, because you simply just cannot do it. And so, as all we're asking is for a delay in this time where businesses are just struggling to survive and reopen, to give them an opportunity to stabilize so that we can bring the employees back, and then look to give them those increases. And, again, with what's being proposed for those businesses that are doing well, that have been able to remain open, there's nothing to preclude them from moving forward with that raise. And I know in some instances businesses do that, just to get prepared, and it doesn't hit them later on. They just kind of absorb it. But when you're not doing well, you're not in a position to do that. And it means more people unemployed.
Right.
But, you look at the entry level positions, a lot of them is in the tourism industry, a lot of them is in the restaurants. And these guys are the hardest hit with respect to this pandemic. So, if we don't give consideration to the businesses, then we can expect more to shut down, basically.
You also have to remember the reality is when businesses reopen, or if they're going to rehire people, the volume of business is not going to be there. It's going to be very difficult to replace 1.5 million tourists on Guam with 170,000 people who are local residents and military. It's just not going to happen quickly. And so the volume is not there. So what Chris said is, a lot of people are going to be operating with limited staffing for a while. It's just not going to happen. But, this is always a myth in the service industry and hospitality that, yes, maybe they are making minimum wage, but they're also making tips and service charge and other things. So their total compensation is usually actually higher than that of an hourly wage for entry level. And so it's always not fair to categorize that the wage earners at the entry level are always in the service industry, because they actually end up earning more because of service charge and tips. But going back to the operations itself, this is really, being planned out so that we can ask for the deferral to allow businesses to steadily grow back into some kind of a normal operation, which is going to take a while. It's going to take like 1 to 2 years at least to see our levels back to where probably not even where we're normally seeing it. So I just don't think that the volume will be there unless something drastically happens with more military come to Guam, or more other types of businesses, or with tourism. Just really Guam becomes ideal for a lot of tourists as a short stay, because they don't want to travel too far because of COVID, or because Guam becomes this very safe destination for them, because we have our act together on the inbound and outbound travel with COVID testing immediately available for tourists. So there's a lot of things that still has to happen. But the reality is that the volume is not going to be there for businesses to return back to some kind of normalcy for a while. And so we need to do everything we can to not increase costs, but just to defer that additional wage increase. Because, there are other things down the pipeline for increases, like with utilities being planned. And so costs are increasing anyway. And it's just with lower volume in total sales and revenue, it's going to be a very difficult reopening for a lot of people.
Right, but what would be your response to people who might say that you're just wasting your breath on all of this, wasting the ink on your printer over there, Senator Moylan, considering the fact that, reality, the governor really hasn't done anything for businesses?
Well, not wasting the ink, and the message needs to be put out there. And basically, when as introducing any measure, any bill, the discussion, it brings about the discussion. And through the help of the community, if this bill will still have a public hearing, and the community then comes out and speaks about it. Then from there, we hopefully to move it to session floor, and then the debate is started, and then the votes are taken. So this I wouldn't say at all any measure that any senator does is meant for a purpose, and the real purpose is to get the discussion and to understand the public's concern and the businesses' concern as well, to move it forward and to vote in favor or not in favor.
Well, would the Republican minority senator, is it a done deal that they would all support this measure? And have you polled your other colleagues down there?
Right. The discussion it needs to be there, And from that point, then we all make our individual decisions. As the Republican Party, we are definitely in favor of promoting small businesses, promoting enterprises, promoting people taking the risk to open their business, hiring people, providing the right benefits to the employees. With salary also comes benefits, the benefits such as health insurance, retirement, and also paying your taxes to the government of Guam, which again is our main source of income into the general fund, the business tax and the employee payroll tax too. Without those things, it is extremely difficult for the government to survive. And our job, I think, as lawmakers is to ensure that we provide the services necessary to protect and enhance and promote businesses to open. This being one of them. Yes, it's very important that we can increase our base pay, our starting pay for everyone that is employable and willing to work. And this does not, what we're trying to attempt to do here does not prevent the employer to do such a thing. If the employer so wishes to pay the employee $1 more as a starting wage just to come on in, we're not restricting that. But what I am saying is that do not mandate it, allow it for this time, especially when we need to open up to hire, the ability for that employer to hire maybe instead of one, maybe two, or instead of one part-time, maybe one full-time, because they can afford it. It all has a great impact that is difficult to fully understand the impact unless we are the employer, unless we are the ones doing that and looking for the employee dedicated that we can train and that who can be trained and who can provide the service we're looking for, who may refer somebody else because they enjoy their company or their employer and the job they do, and bring on more and more people.
I think it's pretty interesting that
we can better that.
We're having this conversation on the private sector side. Meanwhile, on the public side of things, we just reported yesterday that while businesses are here on the show begging, the administration continues to hire people at salaries that I believe are not justified. They picked up the Democratic Party chair at a clip of $80,000 a year in salary. They picked up losing senatorial candidate Frank Leon Guerrero, who we understand is going to be making $92,000 a year in salary. They transferred the former assistant chief procurement officer from that role to head the recovery office, and that came with a nifty $10,000 raise. They also moved the deputy of Rev and Tax to be the banking insurance commissioner. That came with a $10,000 raise. So I just think it's unfortunate that, you guys come up against a wall when you try and discuss these measures with the governor, and you don't really get the time of day. But on the government of Guam side, they continue to hire people like we're in economic boom time. I mean, it's really unfortunate.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Chris and Bree, it's our jobs to advocate for the businesses, and we have to continue to go those routes. And with the new legislature, we hope that they're a lot more active this year, and with a more balanced, legislative party between 8 and 9. With the 8 and 7, it's really key that we get the sponsors to help co-sponsor this bill as well, so that it doesn't fall on deaf ears, that we get enough sponsors in there so that we can get it through. Whether it's this bill or another bill that has another version attached to it, whatever it takes, I think that we have to do our jobs as business leaders, as advocates for the private sector, to do everything we can while we can to make sure we are really doing everything possible to get our economy going, because otherwise, what is the point? We can't run ourselves into a deficit, into the ground. We have to pay attention to the numbers. And I really hope that the legislature gets behind, bills like this, and really we can get bipartisan support, knowing it's the right thing to do for our economy. And I know I'm always idealistic when I come on your show and I talk about a lot of things. And certainly, the programs we've introduced have not been fully funded either. And but we never stop there, and we continue to find ways, and there's ways around it. Even working with this administration, there's still ways in finding opportunities, but it's a never-ending challenge for sure. Regardless of which administration you work with, there's always going to be different elements that influence this. But that's why we have a legislative branch and an executive branch, and we need to work with the legislative branch first and foremost to get this through and to get some attention to it.
Well, I agree. Hopefully the legislative branch in this term will be more like a legislative branch and less like an executive branch 2.0. We got to run. Thank you for your time, ladies. Senator Moylan, we wanted to ask you about these couple of bills that you have up. And that's why I made the joke at the beginning that if you're, a meeting with the governor, you might not want to stand too close to Senator Moylan because he's introduced this deputy director, kill the deputy director's bill. You just introduced, I saw yesterday, you have a bill to defund the liaison offices, which I assume includes former Congresswoman Madeline Berdallo's position. And there was another one, right?
There's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a lot.
Yes, they are. And those are all measures to reduce the cost, our budget, and focus on prioritizing what we have into the important things right now. Yeah. So basically, in the liaison office, we're just saying don't mandate it. Right now, that the liaison office falls under the governor's purview, under the governor's budget. And that's exactly where it should be. I'm not saying that the position is not necessary. What the bill is proposing is that the position not be mandated. That position can stay as long as the governor so wishes. And where it's at now, where it's funded, is under the governor's budget. Let's just not mandate it, because once you mandate it, then we have to put aside the funds for the purpose of paying that. And we need to focus on prioritizing certain things. Deputy director positions, possibly, right? Maybe just a few. But again, these measures are all just to start this discussion. What I've really been asking the governor to do is please provide us your economic recovery plan. I understand that there's a task force created, but let's get the economic recovery plan going. So myself and the other senators can do bills and different measures to support that. We all want our government to succeed, to provide the services necessary so that businesses and schools and public health and public safety can survive. Adding on different jobs right now, that's on the purview of the governor. But what I'm doing as an co-equal branch of government is being the voice of who I'm listening to here and who I continue to listen to, of the organizations that represent thousands of people that are looking for ways to feed their family right now. And I think that should be the priority. And by doing so, and by going through the measures and taking this bill as far as it can, and getting it onto the floor for the final vote, that's the best I can do. It's not a waste of paper, and it's nothing to say anything against the governor, right?
Really, it's nothing to say anything against the governor. Come on now.
Is there an economic recovery plan that you're aware of, Christine, as a member of the economic panel of advisors?
I know, the Chamber of Commerce did a white paper on some economic diversification initiatives that we presented to the governor. She has established a task force or a working group committee that's a combination of chamber and some government officials to work on those different industries. That's really focused on diversification. So I suppose it's a component of recovery. But anything beyond what we're doing, I'm not aware of.
Okay, guys. I'm sorry.
No, I said so.
No. Yeah, no. Remember the economy panel of advisor thingamabob they weren't even meeting until we brought it up last year, and then it was like, oh, but KUAM's on it. We got to meet, guys. Sorry.
But good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck on.
Yeah. And well, Chris and Bree, if I can just add, I had the opportunity to review the economic or the white paper also, and really we can take actions right now, and these are measures I've attempted to in the 35th Guam legislature. I'm recommending on those three bills that are proposed is one, increase the Dave Santos, right? Yes, from $250,000 to $500,000, helping small businesses defer those taxes and allowing them the ability to grow and hire more employees. My goodness, that's what it's about. Let them grow and let them hire more employees. Stop with the deputy director positions. Of course, we can have the discussion on what's priority, corrections, education, and health. Maybe keep those possibly, but start the conversation. And then to finally, to reduce the BBT tax from 5 to 4%. When we were doing terrific, that conversation, it was difficult for me to have with my colleagues then, and difficult for that measure to move forward. However, now times are very difficult, and we need to help the businesses survive. And by doing this, I believe that we can help the businesses survive, and plus allow them to hire more people, and eventually give them the wages that they feel is competitive and fair for their employees, so they can maintain their employees.
Okay, we got to go.
I'm not going to give up the fight.
Right on. Thank you, Senator. Mary, thank you.
Thanks. Mary, Christine.
Thanks, everybody.
Christine, it's great to see you guys. I haven't seen you since last year.
Yes.
I know.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for always having us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you got it. Anytime.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's that, Joss. Sorry, I had to wrap that quick. We've got some other guests in the KUAM News Zoom room. We'll just get right into it. We'll bring on Principal of FD, Ishmael Perez, and Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic Schools as Superintendent, and find out where we are when it comes to face-to-face learning and the resuming of face-to-face classes for Catholic schools. And good morning, Dr. Juan. Good morning, Principal Perez. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
Morning. So I know on the FD side, you guys have sent out the survey to the parents. What type of response are you getting, Principal Perez?
With regards to the students or families wanting students to come back, it's about 80%, with 20% responding they are preferring to stay online for distance learning for the rest of the school year, pretty much.
Right.
And just to make it known, I know some parents will be listening, they have the option to stay on for the rest of the school year online.
Right. And so what are they, I mean, I know the response, it doesn't have a lot of, space for kind of expanding on their answers, but what are parents and students saying to you, maybe on a personal level, about returning to face-to-face?
I know a lot of based on the results and then on the conversations I have with students and parents, a lot of them really do want to get back to school. They know that there's a lot of concern about safety and health, and we are taking that into consideration. There's a lot of things we've done in our mitigation plans to make sure that this is addressed. But a lot of them just want to get back to it. It's really difficult online to learn and to teach. Both sides of the computer screen it's difficult to do. And we're doing the best we can, both students and teachers, but we've even improved it this semester by requiring students to turn on their cameras as much as possible, and more interactive, questioning back and forth that students have to answer and respond, even if it's on chat. So we're taking a more proactive role on the online learning platforms.
So that being said, what's the timeline from getting these responses to actually starting face-to-face?
Well, we've already designated that January 19th is the day we return back. And so we're doing it in cohorts. Last names A to G will be Gold Team, and Maroon Team will be H to Z. So if your last names fall within those sections, you'll be Gold will be the first 2 days of the week, and Maroon will be the last 2 days of the week. And that way, we only have at most 50% of the school on campus. And it's not by grade level, because I know that some parents, want, and the students want to have all the seniors or all the freshmen together, but that makes it for a crowded classroom. So we wanted to divide it by last name so that the last names could sort of weed out or make it lessen the number of students in a classroom, which is one of the most concerning things is a crowded classroom.
Right.
So it allows us to provide more spacing between seats.
Are you guys?
And then,
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So we're doing that, and also staggering schedules. So we're really looking at making sure that it's there's room to move about the campus without interacting with a lot of people. We're using block schedules. So on any given day, the most classes a student would have or a teacher would be 4 periods. So if there were contact tracing needs, we don't have to work with 4 groups of people as opposed to 7. And the teachers are looking at the rosters. I had them print out the rosters, draw a line between G and H last names. And one of the teachers came back and said, I have 3 students in one class now, because those 3 students are, above H. But that means the other 12 students or whatever it was in that class would be on the other days. So it's really minimizing the contact and the exposure that possibly could happen. And that's on top of all the PPEs and temperature checks and hand sanitizers that we're putting around the campus. And we're even putting up sinks outside. We have our restrooms, of course, but we're putting up more sinks. I think we're putting 7 sinks that we're setting up now just to provide more hand washing stations for the students.
Dr. Juan, where are we in terms of vaccinating teachers, staff, relevant personnel at the Catholic school level?
We surveyed all the schools to find out, first of all, how many faculty and staff members they have, how many of them have already been vaccinated, and then how many want to be vaccinated. And of the results we got, maybe probably two-thirds of the faculty and staff want to be vaccinated. I just got word yesterday from the Lieutenant Governor's office that the faculty and staff of the schools will be put in, I guess, what's category 2 after the people 60 years and older. We're hoping that they can find enough vaccine so that vaccination can take place before Tuesday, so that the teachers and staff will be vaccinated before we return to face-to-face instruction.
All right, stand by, please, gentlemen. It's 8 o'clock. We're KUAM FM and Agani, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV land, thanks so much for jamming with us on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9. You can jump over to our Facebook Live feed. There's a lot going on there. Then we offer the show the traditional way on the radio. Wow. Right here on The Breeze 93.9. From my partner, Sabrina Salas Mantonani and Jason Salas, my name is Chris. To our viewers on KUAM TV, hasta adios. With the Catholic School Superintendent, Dr. Juan Flores, also Principal Perez from FD. We were just asking Dr. Juan about vaccinations for Catholic school teachers and staff. And so you guys are in that category, and you're going to try and get it done before, obviously, the start of school on Tuesday, right?
If it's available. I think that's what they're trying to figure out now. That's why we let them know how many vaccines we would need based on those faculty and staff members who want to be vaccinated.
Right. Principal Perez, are you guys, what are your staff saying about getting vaccinated?
According to the results of our survey of the faculty and staff, about 60%, so it's pretty close to what Juan was saying. 30 out of 50 are looking to get the vaccine. I know that a couple have been able to go to the vaccination sites and actually do it before that, so they'd be taken out of that. But that just leaves room for other teachers if they want to change their mind or anything like that. So about 60%.
Okay. Dr. Juan, we had Jess Garcia, deputy at DPW, on yesterday, and just personally, I felt like they still had a lot of work to iron out as far as the busing. And then I do understand that they're also waiting on some stuff from GDOE, which we'll ask Superintendent Fernandez about coming up. But have you guys had any conversation at all with DPW relative to busing Catholic school students when we return next week?
We've had a lot. Actually, Chris, the best thing that we provided to DPW was maybe not a complete, but a near complete list of all students who are going to take advantage of the public school busing system, of the public busing system, and even including the home addresses of those kids, so they know exactly where they need to pick up or drop off those kids. Those were provided weeks ago. In my meeting last week, Vince Ariola said that they're going to work on a schedule, and on Monday I got word that we're supposed to receive that schedule today. So we're looking forward to that. We kind of need those right away so we can send the word out to the families. They may not take advantage of the bus on the first day, but I think for some families, the buses really help them,
right? Especially
some of the bigger schools, FD, Notre Dame, Mount Carmel. Those are the schools that take advantage of the buses the most. The other issue, though, Chris,
go ahead.
is working on some new arrangements, or at least some upgraded arrangements to what's going on at the transit center down at the Chamorro Village, because that's the place where the opportunity for congregation takes place when we're trying to minimize that, so that students get off one bus and get on another bus right away.
At the interchange.
Right.
Wow, okay. So Tuesday, man, it's kind of, I mean, it's typical Gov Guam last second planning, but it is what it is, I guess, right?
Well, they've been planning it, and they've had the information from the schools, like I said, for weeks.
Yeah.
So they've been working at it. It's just a matter of getting the actual schedule so we can get that out to the schools soon.
And what do you think are going to be some of the challenges that you guys are going to face, besides obvious ones, when we return to face-to-face learning?
You know, Chris, I think based on what some of the schools are mentioning, I mean, Temo mentioned that only 20% of the FD guys aren't going to come back, but in some schools, it's as high as 50% of the students whose families don't want them to come back. So continuing to keep those kids engaged, you know, maybe having a way for the kids to access live streaming of their classes, or having special sessions with their teachers is going to be tough. And I think it's going to be very demanding on the teachers, because most of our schools have enough teachers for our schools. We don't really have enough teachers to run dual systems. So I'm guessing at FD, the teachers who are going to work with the 20%, they're going to be doing some extra work, because they can't necessarily be pulled away from other classes, because they're going to be needed in those other classes. And that's true for most of our schools. I will say that most of the reasons I'm hearing from families about why they're not sending their children to the schools are valid. You know, they have elderly relatives at home, and they're very concerned about the transmission of the virus. They're not sure about what the schools can provide as far as health and safety, even though we've been working on a lot of measures to make sure the schools are going to be safe. And we're still waiting for some of the procurements through DOE for things like HEPA filters, for things like sneeze guards. For the elementary schools, we've asked for sneeze guards for every single student desk, because those kids, even at lunch, are going to need it, especially they'll have their lunches in the classrooms. For the high schools, we need the sneeze guards in the cafeterias, because that's the time when the students will take their face masks off. So there's a lot that's in the works. A lot of work has gone into planning for this. We're just at the mercy of some procedures that have to be followed.
Principal Paris, anything to add there?
Yeah, just to follow up, we are waiting on a lot of those things from the government, and those will make a lot of the procedures easier to follow. Like in the cafeteria, even if we put the sneeze guards up, you know, we can fit more students. But what we did last time before we had to close in August was students would sit in the cafeteria facing one direction, which was already one of the provisions that was allowed by public health. So we're prepared to do that. We put extra tables in the cafeteria for students who needed to, but we're also going to encourage students to eat outside. Yeah, but a lot of the things that we're looking forward to getting from the government, that, you know, laptops, and we've been waiting for laptops and other, you know, the HEPA filters that Juan was mentioning, even the distance learning center opportunities, you know, we're waiting for those things to start up, to get those things going, so the students that aren't even going to be able to come on campus for face-to-face can still access it after school if they, you know, if they're weary of coming to the school because of exposure, they can at least access the Wi-Fi and maybe a laptop after hours when they get on campus, and that would be a great service to those students. We plan to have some teachers available to answer questions for them, so they're not left, you know, on their own after hours figuring out how to do online learning. I do want to ask, go ahead.
say, did you already cover whether or not, GDOE and public health, they're doing a virtual town hall meeting on vaccinations with GDOE employees, and they're also offering free COVID testing to GDOE employees this week over at the Northern Region Community Center. So I'm just wondering, with private schools, did you cover that, whether or not any sort of free testing is being offered to private schools? And also, will you guys be getting any sort of presentation or discussions with the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Cabrera, as well as Dr. Luis Cruz? Are you guys being afforded the same opportunities?
We haven't been invited to those, but I think some teachers and principals have actually participated when they just find out that something's going on. They just get on those. But as far as the testing, the schools have taken the initiative to get their employees, the faculty and staff tested if that's what they want. And I already mentioned about the vaccinations, that those we're told are coming as soon as the vaccinations are actually available. A lot of our schools, the school principals participated in I thought a really good webinar with Dr. Annette David. And many of us actually have been doing a lot of our own research on the best practices for online or face-to-face schools. The other thing is that the Archdiocese of Agana has a COVID task force that is working with the schools and the parishes on things like contact tracing and on the protocols for students, faculty, and staff that test positive. And the other day I had a meeting with the University of Guam, Dr. Margaret Ochima, Carlos Taitano, and Dr. Tio Cruz, about how we could get some support from the School of Nursing and maybe a support for the COVID task force, the AOA COVID task force if needed. So in some ways, it'd be great if we were always included in anything that's planned for the public schools, and we are in many cases, but if not, I think most of the schools take the initiative to get the information on their own.
I wanted to ask, when we talk about return to face-to-face learning, obviously one of the big components that makes schooling beneficial is that social interaction, right? A lot of times people say, oh, the kids they enjoy it. It's so about just having that interaction and learning to work with your peers. So how challenging do you think it's going to be for these students to come back to school in an atmosphere where they're going to have two other classmates in a class? In your case,
he's referring to the class where there would only be 3 students on the list.
Right. Yeah.
That was a small class to begin with, but I think at break time and lunchtime, we are still going to allow them to interact somewhat with their grade levels, but not more than 50% of their class will be there anyway. So it's going to be a challenge, and I think that's one of the great things about FD is the community that we build on a daily basis. The interactions we have on campus, they're a very enjoyable part of that FD experience. So it's something that we're going to have to work with. How do we make sure that the experience still sort of that community while maintaining a safe environment? So we're looking at that. We're going to have more presence of the staff and faculty out during lunch and break to make sure that we're just being safe. We can have that community from 6 feet apart still.
Right.
We are looking at still continuing things like club meetings if we have to. So some of the student groups want to start up, and they've been meeting virtually at least. So they're trying to maintain that connection, but it's really difficult online.
Yeah. Have you guys dusted off any plans for graduation ceremonies?
Well,
I know it's kind of early. I know we haven't even gone back to school yet, but as a father of a senior, I'm just kind of curious.
Right. So we planned, and we confirmed it with Lisa Weisenberger, the bishop's secretary, that we were looking at making a one-day event. That way it would be one time, very similar to last year. I think that went very well, and if we have to maintain the distance, we can at least have the same setup where it's 4 people, the graduated 3 guests in a pod, 6 feet apart from everyone else. We had a mass, and then immediately we had the graduation. So I thought it was a very good thing that we could, be in and out in one day instead of having the 2 days. And, that's just 2 big events. If you had to contact trace, that'd be crazy. So I think the one-day event was a very good thing last year, and I'm looking forward to that being the situation this year.
I'm not sure we got a follow-up. I know Bree wants to ask about something, but the SATs, I remember last year you guys were just, like pulling teeth trying to get public health to approve you guys to administer the SAT test. Did that end up working out for you guys?
Yeah, we actually, I think the time I was able to get on your show was very helpful for that. And we were able to do the SATs after that. And it was actually included in the guidance memos and executive orders that testing was allowed for aptitude, achievement, and other things. So there's not really a reason not to do them. We are doing the PSAT for the students that we normally do it, which is 9, 10, and 11. And the materials have arrived. We'll follow protocols just as we would any school day or any testing. But the government has already allowed for those types of testing to occur. And I guess, that's ever since September when we were on the show with you.
What about the return of sports?
So right now, the IIAAG has a really extensive set of protocols that they have proposed to public health for 3 sports: cross country, beach volleyball, and tennis. Is that right, Timo?
Yeah, cross country, beach volleyball, and tennis are the ones that we're looking to get a response from the Director of Public Health. We haven't yet gotten that for competition, but we are allowed to try out, train, and practice for those, and any sports that can meet the criteria for the protocols. As long as you're following the protocols, you're able to make sure that those training tryouts and practices are conducted properly. But competitions are not yet approved, and we're waiting for that for public health. I know we just sent in a letter requesting, the response from, I don't know when they first sent it in, but they're waiting for that response. At least some acknowledgement of we can move forward or we're going to talk about it.
The one issue that public health and many people talk about is the idea of minimizing non-cohort activities. So that if students are getting involved in activities that are really activities of people they normally do activities with, the idea of bringing in the virus is less likely, right? So even with the practices, I know that when I read the protocols for the IIAAG, it called for the coaches working with the students, but in cohort groups, so that they're not just randomly participating, they're working with the same groups. And again, minimizing non-cohort activities. And that's at the elementary and middle school levels. That actually is also encouraged, including classes. So that for most elementary and middle school classes, the kids will stay in the classroom all day and the teachers will be the one to move around. That's difficult to do at the high school levels because of different skill levels and because of different interests of students. You don't have everybody taking all the same courses, so that's not possible. But anytime there is a way to discourage non-cohort activities, I think we will do that. I wanted to point out, Chris, that there are some activities for students that are already taking place other than graduation, like First Holy Communion and plans for confirmation. And because those fit into the protocols for liturgy, some of them have already taken place. And I know that some schools are already making plans for First Holy Communion after Easter and for confirmation later on in the spring.
Right on. Anything in closing before we take a break and move on to our next guest?
Go ahead.
Let me just touch up on one thing. When the students do return, we are going to try to encourage them and their family members to minimize contact outside still. We can't force them to be in a bubble, but the less contact they have, the better off we will be on campus to limit exposure to possible infection. I do want to ask our parents again. I do send out some emails, and I'm really hoping that they read them, because sometimes the questions they ask in the emails directly to me are answered in the emails that I send out. There are surveys. I still haven't gotten the survey from all the students, but our office staff is calling. So I really ask that the parents fill out those surveys to let us know if they intend to return or stay online. But yeah, we're looking forward to welcoming our students. I think they're very excited. 80% of them want to come back. It's really exciting to know that it's that high. And we're looking for a great time on Tuesday when we first welcome A to G, and then on Thursday when we welcome A to H to Z. We're hoping it's going to be a great experience and a very safe one, of course. But we're looking to get back to our community and make that FD experience again.
Right. Just real
Thanks
quick,
for
will students who choose to continue distance learning be able to participate in approved extracurricular activities like sports, or is that dependent on them attending classes in person?
I would be surprised if they're going to ask to participate in sports if the families weren't comfortable with them coming to class. So I think that probably is going to be up to the school. So my sense is we probably won't have a lot of families who are willing to participate in sports but not willing to have their kids come to school. I think the school activities probably would be better monitored because when there is competition, there's exposure to kids from other schools.
Right.
Not that the virus comes from the other schools.
There are students who are in that situation already that have signed up for cross country or tennis. They're preferring to stay online for classes, but they are engaging in some of the activities. They're following the protocols, but I think some of the students who are staying home, it may not be for COVID related reasons, and some of them are just experiencing a better academic situation. So some of them are opting for that, and it has nothing to do with exposure sometimes. So I haven't made a ruling on that. And I don't see a reason to prevent a student if they're not comfortable to come to campus where there's 200 boys, as opposed to going to tennis practice where there's 8.
Right.
They might
And then it's outside too, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Dr. Juan, thank you.
I just want to mention one thing. I was hoping that all the school people will take the whole 2 weeks off the Christmas vacation and then work really hard to prepare for the reopening of schools next week. But I got to tell you, the administration, the faculty, and the staff of the schools, many of them worked through the Christmas vacation, so they will be ready for the schools next week. And that's something that I think all of the families of the students should be proud of. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are we clapping? When one person starts clapping, you're like, oh, okay, right on. I'll clap to that. Thank you, Principal Pears, Dr. Juan, appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, we'll see you. Good luck.
Bye.
Yes,
There you go. FD starts back face to face on Tuesday with the same day, I believe, is GDOE, the 19th. And they're on a staggered schedule, right?
Yeah. Well, all I'm going to say is there's a lot of people with last names A to G.
I know. Or H to Z.
H to Z is not really that many, right?
Really? You don't think that?
Well, because he said.
Hey, as somebody who. Hey, now, as someone who has a name that begins with S, I can tell you, that's a lot of people.
I don't want to hate on you guys.
Sablan, Salas, Santos, Sarmiento.
As someone whose name begins with a B, I'm just going to say that you're outnumbered.
But also the S's, the T's, the
Q's.
Q's,
there,
right? Yeah.
Kineni, Kintanidza, Kinata.
Kifunis.
Yeah. Well, actually, to your point, the A's are a lot too.
The Woostics. I don't know how many Woostics there are at FD though.
Well, to your point, the first batch, the A to G, you've got Agigi, Akinuk,
yep.
Atalig.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Ada.
Blas.
Ada. Yeah. Cruz.
Yep.
Camacho.
Camacho. Oh, Camacho.
Right.
That's Camacho alone.
Flores.
Yeah.
Ed Kalani.
Ed Kulani. Inside joke, guys. Inside joke.
Well, our next guest is definitely in the F group.
F,
Fernandez.
Right. Yep,
That's a lot of people there too.
Yeah, and we'll get to Superintendent John Fernandez right after the break. Again, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Guam. Catch the link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our masks. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us. Use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day in Mabuhay. I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the territorial epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. All right, 8:28. It's The Link on the Breeze 93.9. That's Tanapu, Pig Latin for Napati. 8:28 again. Let's head to the Zoom room. We're going to squeeze in Labor Director Dave De La Sola just to keep you guys abreast of any developments on the rollout for the PUA and the FPUC, which was approved by Congress, right? Dave, so what's the status on that and where are we? Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. Welcome back from
Thank
your
you.
luxurious vacation.
Yep, nothing like a luxurious vacation at your house. Staycation.
Well, I'll take that. But yes, I just got off the phone with everyone this morning again. It's been nonstop. You know, the new unemployment insurance letter came out over the weekend that gave us all the guidance on what to do and what we needed. And we've been doing conference calls with USDOL every morning at 5 o'clock. And just to make sure that we got a total understanding. It looks like we may turn on the system either tomorrow or Friday, probably tomorrow. And it is partially on now, and it has been on. It's just not something that I wanted to go out and announce. But 100%, it'll be up and running probably late morning tomorrow. And we'll be ready to, have everybody refile, especially those who expired. But there is one huge change, and it is why I actually delayed it a day to turn on, that I will be pressing out and making sure that I get it. And this is coming from USDOL. This is not something that I'm real pleased about, but the biggest change in this program will be those businesses and employees that are open and are working at reduced hours will no longer qualify for PUA. So let me repeat that one more time, because that is a huge, disappointing bit of business. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of construction going on. But those employees who are working on reduced hours will no longer be qualified for PUA. So you have to be 100% unemployed to qualify for PUA. That is going to be a big change, especially now that there's the FPUC for $300. Whereas previously you only needed to qualify for $1. Now, for PUA, remember Guam only has PUA. The unemployment program back in the States, you could still be partially unemployed and still qualify. But not now. And I've been fighting with the USDOL. Well, not fighting, but trying to make sure that I got a clear understanding, because how much this is going to affect our people. And it's not something I'm real pleased about, but it's their program, it's their money, and I'm just a steward.
How many people are going to be impacted by this change, Dave?
Well, that I don't have. I don't have the system program to tell me how many numbers of people who are applying that are, reduced hours or partially working. It doesn't, the system doesn't separate that. Either you're qualified and you're getting PUA, or you're not. So I know it's going to affect a lot of people, and I know there's a lot of people who are working with the system, employers that were nice enough, if they had 10 employees, they wanted to work all 10 at a reduced level, but still allow you to collect PUA. Now, your whole mindset is going to have to change. You're going to only want to bring back those employees that you can give as many hours to, and let the balance of them stay unemployed so that they can collect PUA. Because once they work 5 hours, 10 hours a week, that's their only income. They're no longer qualified to collect PUA if you are working reduced hours.
Can we go back?
Keep repeating it, because it is a totally different mindset.
Yeah. So
than what the previous program is.
If we had an unemployment insurance program in place, would that change anything? Would that have changed anything?
I'm sorry, can you say that louder? I can barely hear you.
If we had an unemployment insurance program in place, a UI program in place, would that have changed anything, or is this just the word of God
Yes,
coming?
of course.
Okay.
It would have.
So if we had a UI program in place,
That
people,
is something
okay.
that, I know the governor is in favor of doing a new unemployment program. And in fact, it's funny because I was talking to our software vendor about that now, that, he said, Dave, if you had UI, you would still get that benefit. But it was a task to get the PUA up. But remember that this UI is a employee cost. It costs anywhere from 4 to 6% estimated. So this is an employer borne cost, and it's not something that you want to add on to employers while they're rebuilding during a pandemic. You know, it's something that, you know, once the island is back and robust, then they can afford to plan it and build it in. And it takes years to get an unemployment system up. I can't do what I did with the PUA in a couple months. Right. That was an unbelievable task. But a UI program is the largest division of any Department of Labor in any state. It is a staff intensive and very complicated program and division to stand up. And it's not something that can be done easily. So it would take time, 1 to 2 years, my estimate, to get it stood up, get it up, running, and get the trust fund built up so that it is ready to be implemented. And but you know, the good news is I'm going to turn it on tomorrow, and those who are people that are unemployed and who aren't working will be able to start filing. And I'm looking, if everything goes well, to batch this coming Tuesday.
For
so
the
that's
second
the other
round.
big news for the second round. So we have one more week in the old program because the last batch date was December 19th. So those who qualified up to the 26th when the shutdown would get that week. And those who didn't expire will get the following 2nd and the 8th, whatever, weekly claim benefit. So when we turn it on tomorrow, those who have expired will have to go in and reopen their claim. Okay. And what that means is that they will have to establish their claim. There's a lot of populated information, but all the boxes and all the questions they'll have to go through again. Mm-hmm. This is something that is being done also in the States. So it's not just Guam. All those who expired are expired out of the program, and they would have to at least go back in and reopen their claim. So the information as far as their private information will still all be populated, but are you still unemployed? Did you have any income? Are you still affected? Those boxes will need to be rechecked again and their claim re-established, and then they can go back in and effectively file for those weeks starting January 2nd and moving forward. Because those who expired they are given an additional 11 weeks, but it starts on January 2nd.
Okay. And just real quickly, because somebody's asking, I know you read off the major change with the PUA Part 2. Somebody's on our stream. So 5 hours less is still eligible.
Reduced hours, if you're working at all, you're no longer qualified. It's as clear as that. And what's going to end up happening, and this is the reason why I'm delaying the change till tomorrow, and we need to start announcing it, is people are going to apply and file for their weeks and thinking that it's at reduced, and the system may still accept it, and they're going to end up being overpaid.
All right.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So what's going to end up happening is that we're going to have a group of people that are going to collect the money erroneously, because the system is automated. And if you answer the questions incorrectly, but and check off these boxes that you're still unemployed, even if it's at reduced, you're going to end up getting paid, and you're going to end up being overpaid, and you're going to have to repay it back. And I'm trying to avoid that, but it's going to happen. I'm warning you now.
Yeah.
It's just this is the cards that I'm dealt, and I'm going to try to get as much announcements out, and I would appreciate you guys and the media announcing that you're no longer qualified if you're back to work at any full-time, part-time, or any level.
So Dave, I know you don't have the thing up in front of you, but what's your estimation of the number of people? Is it thousands of people that are going to be impacted by this?
Probably 1,000. Well, the whole restaurant industry. They've been working on takeout. They're working at 25%. every time I eat, I get people, the waitress comes, oh, thank you. I'm working only 10 hours a week or, not my normal hours. You're helping me survive. And I'm sitting there saying, oh, God, my heart is killing me.
This really sounds like we're going to see the lines for food distribution go back up.
Yeah.
I can just imagine.
I am slammed with so many things that I can't put my hands around it, but it is what it is. So employers, you have to be smart calling your people back. And, don't call them all back and give them reduced hours. Call the ones and work them as many hours and let the other ones stay unemployed, laid off, so that they can collect.
Yeah.
You didn't officially hear that from a USDOL person.
So this is what you got to do.
Yeah, here's how it works.
Lay them off, all right? And they can get the PUA.
Dave, thanks for coming on here. Just real quick, though, when you file your claim again, do you have to resubmit all your documents?
You do have to submit if you have any changes. If you are continued on, there is a big change in the States. You have to submit all your documents. It is a requirement, but we've made that requirement already, so we're already ahead of that curve. So if you're reduced in hours and you are laid off again, like I mentioned earlier, but I won't say again, then you will need to get another letter from the employer that says that you were working reduced, but you are hereby laid off effective this date. And you need to just upload that in, and then so that it'll back up your claim.
But just to clarify, because we also had a comment.
But if you were laid off 100% all this time, then you don't need to do anything more.
Okay. For those people, if you were able to go back to work, like let's say I'm unemployed, my boss is calling me back to work, I can't say no and stay on the PUA, right?
No, you can't say no. That's a great question, Chris. Brownie points for you. There will be notice going out that with an email address for employers to notify us that if any employee refuses to go back to work, then you are to notify me so that we can turn off their PUA.
Okay.
That is part of the unemployment insurance program letter, that we have to notify employers of this new email address and their rights, and that they can notify us for those employees that do not want to come back to work.
Okay, Dave. I got to let you run.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure we'll be in touch later, maybe with some more concrete numbers on who this is going to impact. But that's huge. If you're on any type of reduced hours, you're no longer going to be able to qualify for pandemic unemployment assistance. The program will only be able to, you'll only be eligible for the program if you're completely unemployed. And so what Dave was referencing there is I'm pretty sure, that's the reality of it. Some businesses are going to have to get creative in how they bring employees back to the workforce and how they don't. All right. Thank you, Dave.
And you're exactly right. And please let them know, this is not Guam Department of Labor. This is going out nationwide. And I'll be glad to share the employment letter, and they can see it for themselves, all the changes and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's not an easy read, 60 pages of fun federal talk. So, that's the changes, and I'm trying to work hard to get the system turned on tomorrow. And we still got a lot of meetings ahead of me, so I'm fitting you in between all this stuff.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to say thank you, and Happy New Year to everybody. And we'll get this system up and running so that we can get the assistance out to everybody as quickly as possible. We're going to batch Tuesday if everything goes well.
All right, Dave. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you.
8:42. We'll go right back into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Superintendent of Education, John Fernandez, standing by. Thank you so much, John. Just wanted to get Dave on for that very sobering update that's no doubt going to
affect a lot of people, a lot of families.
I can't even. Jay?
Does that even affect, like John's operations too? I'm sure, like at some level, right? Did that include public sector and federal too?
I don't think of Guam has stopped working though.
Yeah.
I don't think they've been furloughed or late. They have not been furloughed.
No, but even like our reduction, I don't know.
I don't think anything's happened to
No, yeah.
GovGuam.
I'd have to look into. I'd have to look and see whether it affects some of any of our part-time or hourly employees, and how that looks. Because we do get cases here and there where they do try to get unemployment to make up for any lost hours. That so we'd have to pay attention to that. But that's the last time I want to let Dave go first.
Yeah.
I mean, John, if you were looking for the soundbite of the day, that's a tough act to follow, man.
Well, anything.
Call me back and
David Downer.
Davey Downer.
But you could see on Dave's face. I mean, he was very, very troubled by delivering that news too.
Yeah.
So.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay. John Fernandez, GDOE Superintendent. Obviously, we're less than a week from the resumption of face-to-face learning. Where are we in terms of preparations for that, John?
We're ready to go. I mean, at this, I think we spent so much time preparing and monitoring all the requirements for operating safely and working with the doctors and public health and the governor's office to ensure that we took an approach that was pretty conservative. And we're not forcing anybody back to school. But we are intent to try to serve those families who do want to return to face-to-face instruction, because we know that those families that are opting to do so are going to be many of those families that need that face-to-face instruction for their particular situation where hard copy and online learning and just isn't available or isn't working for them. So it's a lot of balancing that we're doing across the board, where we do want to keep our employees and students safe, but also allow for a limited and gradual reopening of schools. Now that the community is in a much safer position. I just looked at our 14-day positivity rate, and we're down to about 2.7%, which is really the best we've been in a long time, actually since the summer. And we just hope that community as a whole continues to just practice those safe practices so we can maintain and sustain this improvement going forward. And with the vaccinations starting to expand and accelerate, hopefully that will help us get through the rest of this pandemic situation. So we're really we're thankful for everybody working together, and I'm really thankful that we don't have that as big a debate as we're having in the mainland in certain states about wearing masks and physical distancing and all that. I mean, I know that we're not all happy with the situation, but at the same time, we recognize that other communities, there are deeper divides and deeper disagreements that really are affecting their abilities to maintain these improvements. So we're at 2.7%. I know the governor is looking at further expansion of our reopenings for the community and as well as schools. And we'll continue to monitor and take a very conservative approach to the reopening of schools. Now, I know you just had our Catholic school partners online and our private schools. They're all going to be taking an approach that they deem to be safe for their families and effective for their families. We're going to do the same based on what we've been hearing from our parents, our teachers, and our students. So we're ready to go. I mean, obviously we're still concluding the last bits of training, student and parent orientations this week. And we know that there are a lot of questions that may come up and still need to be resolved and answered. But for the most part, all the things that we've put in place are, pursuant to public health and CDC guidelines. We are working to ensure that we can maintain and enforce all of the requirements: face masks, social distancing, the physical, cleaning and disinfecting, and that we have a good response mechanism should there be any situations that affect our schools. So I'm confident that we'll be ready to go. And we're working with DPW. Their bus schedule should be out this weekend. They're going to be running the same bus schedule, same time, same pickups. It'll just be on those days that the students go to school that they need to show up at the bus stop. And we'll continue to work with these because there are limited numbers returning to school. Right? That's going to give us a really good opportunity to monitor, review, and modify all of our procedures as we see fit. With students back on campus.
John, just rewinding to the your private school partners, both Temo and Dr. Juan had talked about delays in receiving laptops or other types of COVID mitigation equipment from your department. Do you care to provide an update on that?
Well, I don't know about, I would call them delays. I mean, we're working closely with them, and they understand that this is not something that these aren't funds that they can just take and go to the nearest store and buy all the equipment that they need. There is a procurement process that has to be put in place. You know, I understand it as well. I mean, it doesn't happen at the snap of a finger. I mean, I'm meeting weekly with our teams to make sure there aren't any unreasonable delays in what's going on, but there are publication requirements, there are quotations, you got to get quotations, you got to compete it out for vendors. We have to ensure that it meets the requirements of our solicitation. We have to award it. Sometimes they have to go through the contracting process for signatures from the AG and governor, and all of those are requirements in order to ensure accountability. So, you know, I am happy, and we can talk a little bit about that. There is a new stream of funding that will be coming into the department, and I'm asking the U.S. DOE for guidance on how to address some of the concerns of our private schools. We know that on Guam we're actually pretty generous to the PNP schools. What I understand is that all states pretty much reserve their federal funds only for those students in the private nonprofit schools who are eligible for Title I support, which are really our low-income students. We don't do that here. We actually divide the resources up based on enrollment, and we've been allowed to do that by US DOE, but the other states have pushed back. So what happened in this round is that there actually is a set-aside in most states for private schools that they've placed in the governor's pot of funding, so that the governor can deal directly with the private schools, and then the private schools can deal with the governor and the governor's procurement process to get their resources directly. So I'm going to push for that so that we don't have to, you know, I don't want to feel like we're delaying anything on their behalf. And hopefully, if that's the case, then they can work directly with the governor and GSA, you know, to get their supplies and equipment in more expeditiously. So that's all I can say. But at this point, I think we've delivered all the PPEs. We're in the same boat in terms of laptops, waiting for the supply to come in. We're waiting for hand washing stations and water bottle filling stations that we ordered back in August, but are still coming in because of the demand for this type of equipment. And, you know, those will be coming in, and by the end of January, we're hoping to be able to distribute and get all that out to not just to our private nonprofit schools, but also to our public schools as well. So when it comes to procurement, we're all in the same boat. But again, it's federal funds, so we don't want to play around, you know, with those dollars.
The virtual town hall meeting, right? It's Thursday, and this is just for GDOE employees. Say, for example, some of the private schools wanted to jump into the Zoom room. Would they be able to?
I believe. We're going to be on Facebook Live as well. So we have a Zoom. You know, we're limited to about 500 on Zoom, and then for anybody, the general public, they also can go to our Facebook page and watch it live. It'll be live streamed, so we can reach more than the 500 limit that we have on our Zoom. So yeah, it's open to the public. And, you know, basically we met yesterday with Lieutenant Governor and with Dr. Felix Cabrera, Dr. Luis Cruz about the vaccination strategy and whether or not we would be able to allow our educators to move up into to move forward in the priority list, because my understanding is that we're at tier 2 and they're still getting through the 1C and the various age groupings and the comorbidities, and that'll help some of our employees already. But we did want to move to that second tier and be able to facilitate more of a mass vaccination for those frontline educators and school staff. So based on the information that we received, although they are all dependent on the supplies that come in and the shipments of doses that come in, contingent on that supply coming in, they do feel confident that we'll be able to shortly initiate that vaccination drive for school employees, which includes teachers and staff. It could be as early as next week, and obviously has to, again, depending on working out the logistics and having the doses available. I think it's likely to be the Moderna vaccine, which is the vaccine that will be coming in much larger supply. And so I think their willingness and their actually it was their idea to go ahead and have that town hall now, because they do feel pretty confident that we'll be able to shortly begin that process. So I'm happy. We wanted to nail down the date and time during the meeting so we could announce it. So 2 p.m. it'll be an opportunity on Thursday to just inform, just like with the prior town hall, inform the community about the vaccines, what to expect, answer questions, try to allay some of the anxieties and concerns that might be there in the community, just further educate them about what the vaccines are and what they will do and what maybe the side effects could be. And then hopefully, I know that the intent is to try to get as many individuals interested and willing to avail themselves of that opportunity to be vaccinated.
Were private schools, did they participate in that meeting with Dr. Cabrera and Dr. Cruz?
No, I believe they're having their own conversations directly with the Lieutenant Governor and Public Health. So this is really GDOE and our weekly meetings. I think part of that is because we have 4,000 employees and 28,000 students. So when we implement a strategy, it really isn't a school strategy, it is a community strategy. We're affecting a large segment of the community. So if we can make it work, we're actually going to be substantially supporting public health in its efforts, because we're going to, if we can implement this across 41 schools, we will do what we need to do to make that happen. So I think they're looking at it not really as just an education set aside strategy, but really a core part of the public health plan. And I think that's appropriate given the breadth and the reach of our agency. So again, and we have the ability to just really pull all our staff and employees to support the effort, make sure that we can make it work once the vaccines are available. We will need, we can't do it alone. Of course, we will need public health, to be there to supervise and help ensure everything is, attended to from the health side. But we have our school nurses, we have school staff, we have the ability to, to help organize and coordinate our school responses so that we can make employees, give employees the time to go and get that vaccine and start that process. So we're really looking forward to it because, again, we do believe that it'll help us in our mission, but it'll help the community as a whole.
As per the governor's executive order, home visitations, the social workers, things like that, they were able to resume going out into the community. So for the Department of Education, where are you in reaching those students that are unaccounted for?
I'm really happy that we got that authorization because the team went right away. They got right to work. So a few days later, I asked them, I said, can we get together and plan what we're going to do to get, take care of these numbers? And they said, well, we already went out. So I said, okay, well, that's great. And they had already brought the number down to about 200 students. So I said, okay, keep going. Just do what you need to do. So we were at about 550. We were kind of stuck at about 550. My understanding is that of that number, there's probably about 50 students that we're still working on to reach. We have a number of students who we've been able to reconnect to school. Some of them may have just moved to another location and we're awaiting registration. Some of them are willing to come back because of face-to-face and buses will now be available for transportation. And then there are numbers, I don't have the final numbers, but there was a segment of that population that's really just relocated off island and nobody has been able to track them, but they've relocated off island. We've been informed by going out to the homes, neighbors will say, this is what happened to the families and we got a better picture as to what's going on. So that gives me a lot more assurance. We still have a little bit more to do to get those remaining 50 students, but it gives me, again, a lot more assurance that we're reaching out all of our kids and have a better picture as to what's going on with those who are not in communication with their schools and haven't been, since the beginning of the school year.
Can you give us an update on the status of the Wi-Fi zones and that conversation?
Yeah, it's in the procurement process right now. So we have to, give some time for the vendors to respond and be able to award it. So, it's really tough. We've learned all the hoops that have to go in, to doing this. Even though the money comes from one department, because it's going to the governor and going to US, to GDOE, we've had to reconfirm a lot of the information and as it applies to both. We had to execute an MOU. We had to set up different accounts to make sure it is just, we're gonna have to review how we do this going forward because just a lot of the hoops and hurdles.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for the MOU is actually still being reviewed by the AG. We met with the AG on Friday and said, please finalize that because we need that to award the contract. But all these things that we need to go through, we're just overly, just a lot of hoops because of the nature of how that money was divided. So we'll continue to work together, but it's taken a lot of time to get through those, hurdles.
Man, too bad you can't use that emergency health superpowers fast track thingamabob.
Well, I think because these are federal, again, this is because of the federal requirements, is that they don't really like to see a lot of those emergency, if avoidable, because they really want to see competition.
Of
but
course.
At the same time, I think the other flip side of this is that with the new the new bill that was the relief bill that was passed, not only are we going to get additional resources for education from the federal government, we also have more relief on the extension of time to be able to use the funds. So where the funds were going to expire in September, we now have more of an opportunity to use those funds beyond the initial deadline. So that'll be a really good opportunity for us to continue to stretch those dollars and continue the supports for our students.
That extra CARES Act money, 140, 30 to the governor's office. So whatever the balance is, I'm not really good with math. Do you guys have to go through the same process from the last time with the education stabilization funds, where you present the plan and the plan gets approved by USDOE?
Yeah, we're gonna need to verify that. So the way it all works is that we're not treated exactly like a state. So when they set aside money for education, they do a set aside and they say this is for the outlying areas that'll be split up between Virgin Islands and Guam and CNMI and Samoa, American Samoa. So they set that up so that and then they deal with the states, and sometimes the rules don't line up. They don't quite line up for the the outlying areas versus the state. So there are some things we need to clarify. So right now we understand that they're trying to streamline everything so that the same rules, same parameters should apply. There's not going to be a need to go through some of those initial applications and approvals. But on the other hand, there were some major changes in how the states were treated that we want to verify. Like I mentioned, earlier there was a battle between USDOE and the states about equitable services for private nonprofit schools. From within the money that was given to the education department. Now in this bill, there's a set aside for private schools in the governor's funds, and we want to make sure we're clear as to how that's going to work for outlying areas. For GDOE, it would be beneficial because then it would, and for the private schools, I guess it would be very beneficial. So there won't be any sense that anyone is getting prioritized over the other. And it'll give us a better line of authority over the funds. But as it stands right now, 110 million is being awarded to the Guam Department of Education as the state education agency, and the remainder of that, $33 million, is to the governor for educational purposes. And again, for the governor, there's more flexibility, and she can assist with higher education, early childhood, education, and then K-12, as well as with the charters and private schools. And for us, we go from K-12 within the parameters that we discussed earlier with the first round of CARES funding. It is meant to be a CARES COVID-19 response and recovery a stream of funds. But I think with the first round of CARES, we were really focused on that immediate response and transition into distance learning and helping improve the safety of our schools. I think with the second round, we're going to be looking at sustaining those improvements over the foreseeable future while we're still in this pandemic. So that'll help us with a little bit more medium and long-term strategies to assist our schools. And so we welcome that. those funds from the federal government to support our efforts.
Does this 110.5 million have to be spent within a specific time frame?
Yeah, there is a time frame. I have to reconfirm, because there was a lot of back and forth. So I haven't actually seen all the details yet beyond the initial announcement. But we'll be sitting down this week. Usually what we'll do is compile all the remaining questions and clarification that we're going to need, so we can have USDOE just weigh in and make sure we're clear on all the details, and then we'll be better informed as to how we can spend the funds. But I do know that where we thought that September 2021 was going to be the deadline for use of the funds, we now know that because of the additional funds, there will be an additional time frame to really make the investments needed to ensure the safety of our schools.
Hey, John, Jason here. Real quick, I got a question for you because I remember going back to when you joined us several weeks ago when you said either Public Health and or Adaloop approached you about possibly using Ukadu as a distribution site for the vaccine. And you said immediately, yes, by all means, we'll get it ready for you and everything. Obviously, with the return to campus learning in any capacity, that's going to have to stop as a distribution center. So are you guys getting out, or is Public Health getting the campus, sanitized and disinfected and ready for the return? And has there been any sort of hint to you in where that traffic that normally would go to Ukadu would go somewhere else?
Well, I think the way we've structured, again, our starting point for face-to-face instruction is, again, it's just a starting point, but it allows us, the way we've structured our week, to have a couple of days during the week, which is really dedicated to online instruction, so that we can minimize the presence of our students and faculty on campus. And that could potentially make Ukadu and other facilities available for any testing or vaccine drive that are needed. Now, our effort, of course, is to support public health in the immunization, in the vaccinations and the testing, and of course to allow our employees to participate in that. So we really do have the interests of our employees and our community involved in that as well. But my understanding is also that because of the Moderna vaccine coming in, and because of I guess my understanding is that there's not the same requirement for the temperature holds for this round of vaccines, that they're able to do a much broader distribution strategy for the vaccination, which is why the clinics are now being involved, and potentially other partners, so that there isn't going to need to be one centralized location. So we'll work with public health on that, and we said, look, we can, when it comes to our stakeholders, we're happy to support it. If it's regional, we're happy to be there. If you want to set aside certain days for certain parts of the community, including our educators and our school staff, we will work with you. But again, it's in our interest as a school system to participate with public health, because what we can do for the community, what we can do for our school community, they're all intertwined together because of the size and breadth of our agency. So Ukadu will continue when it's available, but we really are trying to sit down with public health and craft a longer term plan, which looks broader than just Ukadu, because we know some of the challenges that have been, that we've been facing over there due to the demand and the centralized nature of their vaccination plan.
All right, well done.
Hopefully,
thank you, John.
Thank you, Jason. John, did you want to talk a little bit about the GNOC partnership that you guys are doing for the sports?
Right. So we're moving forward, and we don't have an explicit authorization yet from the governor. So we continue to remain in touch with them. But again, because something like interscholastic sports takes preparation and planning in advance of the first day of practice, we wanted to go ahead and put a plan in place, share that plan, and allow for all of our athletes and coaches just to be ready, and hopefully our athletes to start conditioning and making sure they're not just trying to transition from online learning to full out competition. So as part of that, we've been working with GNOC as well as with our island-wide league, sports league that's run by GDOE, to provide a level of support and training and professional development to our coaches, our athletes, and our athletic directors and so forth. So the coming opportunity of GNOC is just a continuation of that. Of course, we're now in a COVID-19 year, so a lot of the strategy, a lot of the awareness, the event that's going to take place will be focused on safety in the coming out of this COVID-19 pandemic situation. So it'll be available for our coaches and athletes to participate in, and we're really thankful for GNOC really stepping up and being a strong partner like they have been this last year, and then going forward just to help us develop and improve our preparation for competition within our our school system and then beyond after graduation. So we look forward to them continuing that partnership, and it's just another resource for our athletes and our coaches interested in coming back for competition this year.
John, how challenging is that going to be? Because we understand that there's no funding for sports in the budget.
Well, our board has, yesterday in our meeting with the legislature, our vice chairman, I know our chairwoman is on here as well. They both made it a priority to ask for the necessary resources to be restored so we can fund our interscholastic sports for the remainder of the year. So our education chair, Talina Nelson, did indicate that she would like to address that. So we will be sending a letter over the next couple of days to clarify the costs that we anticipate for the remainder of the school year to run interscholastic sports, pay for officials, and hopefully they'll be able to provide those resources to GDOE.
All right, thanks, John. Also, good job on those safety videos.
Oh no, thank you so much, and
pretty clever.
Our student chairwoman lined up for next, so I want to wish them good luck as well. You guys did a great job, I'm sure.
I want to see you do the, put on the life vest. It's located under your seat, and
do not.
I'm glad that you went with someone else.
Stay 6 feet apart.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Anything in closing? Because I don't know if we're going to get you on before the first day of school. I mean, I'd love to get you on the first day of school if we could do that, but if not.
Well, we'll do what we can, that first week of school. But, again, for those parents who are ready for, school, the bus schedules will be out this weekend. That's probably the biggest component that's coming out. And then, of course, for the general community, next week when we start school, be aware that those buses will be out there again. And we want everyone to drive safely and help keep our students safe, during the first couple of weeks of school as we get started again and you start to see those school buses back on the road.
Okay. You good?
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. There you go, John Fernandez, Guam Department of Education Superintendent. We'll take a really quick break, and we're coming back with IBOX, the Island Board of Governing Students. They'll be joined by their advisor, Board of Education Chair, Ms. Maria Gutierrez. Also on the way on the show, Cyrus Lure of Guam Animals in Need. We'll catch up with him and talk about that whole stray dog program that they're trying to roll out with the Department of Agriculture. And also there was that latest case that we were reported on where a man allegedly tried to beat a dog to death in the Agania area, right? So we'll talk to him about that.
With a log, I believe, right?
With
a log.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's...
I think there was even a GoFundMe for the dog's medical bills.
Yeah.
Sadly, there's been so many incidences of animal cruelty lately, and I asked Cyrus to send over a bunch of pictures of that. So, because I wanted to pop it up on the feed to show that this is not just something that happens every once in a while. I mean, that's kind of been a disturbing and sickening trend over the last few years. But Jay, are there some issues with us showing?
Yeah, the pictures itself. I mean, you've seen them on the news. We've actually got our accounts on Facebook and YouTube have gotten flagged for that before because they are depictions of graphic violence, and just we'll probably try and explain them to you. I mean, I know it is breakfast time for some of you and everything like that, so we'll do the best we can. But yeah, a lot of those pictures, I mean, it just, to the gravity of the situation, they're unfit for showing on social media. That's how grotesque they are.
Yeah, and that's part of it. The other part of it is that we have so many pictures.
Yeah.
Right. 9/11 here. It's the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam, and the show continues next. Good morning.
BK's Steak. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster sponsor Nestor Lecanto delivers beyond our borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We're doing a good job, Guam. In the past couple of weeks, we've managed to keep the CAR score below 5. Together, we rose to the challenge when the governor asked us all to strive for 5.
In the past couple of weeks, we've not only brought the CAR score way down from being in the high 40s to below 5, we've shown the governor that we're capable of altering the course of this pandemic. We were on a path to uncertainty, but now because of all of our actions, we're doing better.
But better doesn't necessarily mean that we are out of the woods. We still need to watch our distance, wash our hands, and wear our mask. So please keep striving, Guam.
We got this.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
It takes all of us to protect Guam. Join the Guam Visitors Bureau in our social media campaign series aimed to protect our island and each other in this COVID-19 era. Participate in the Protect Guam movement by wearing your mask, showcasing Guam's heroes, staying active, and downloading the Guam COVID Alert app. Post and share your content with us, use the hashtag ProtectGuam, and you could win $100. It's that simple. Check out visitguam.com for details. Let's reclaim our lives, our economy, and our tourism industry.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
And welcome back to The Link, everybody. We continue to bring you stories affecting our island community, some really big stories so far this morning, but the next interview, nonetheless important, and very good news for our island community because several young people have taken the lead. You know, it would be really, really easy for students to just say, you know, we're in a really weird place in our island's history, in our world history, in society's history and everything, but no, we've got some outstanding young people right now who are stepping up and they want to represent their peers, their generation, their schools, and their community really, really well. So we have members from the island-wide board of governing students and a very, very proud Maria Gutierrez, Mrs. G. Buenas. Should I say you're the advisor, or you probably got the easiest job in the world when you have these outstanding young people, right?
Jason, I am one of the co-advisor. Superintendent Fernandez is the other co-advisor, but I know his schedule is so busy. So I took it upon myself to really hang on with these kids because this is my passion. This is what I enjoy doing, and I don't work. I'm a retiree, so these kids are very special to me. I did this since back in 2015, and I'm continuing. And the kids that are on the students that are on the Island Board of Governing Students, and it's by law. Mm-hmm. That's the good thing about it. And very important thing is that I think we're the only the Guam Department of Education is maybe the only one that has the student leaders that are part of the board. So they sit with the board they are very influential in making in decisions of the board. So I just wanted to, and I know that in the last year before the pandemic, you had some of them on your show, and they're really excited. They're really, so with this group, even though we're in this situation, I wanted to give them the opportunity also to enjoy this, to try this, because I think they're nervous. This is their first time, but I always tell them there's nothing to be nervous about. Just say it like it is. And so they have been really, it's so sad because I haven't seen them in person other than virtual. But that doesn't stop them from doing what they're part of the reopening group. They have provided a lot of, from even back in August, they provided a lot of their input on the models of learning. They participated in a lot of the work sessions. And so I just feel that people can say I'm very proud, I'm sure, but I want to showcase the students because, and this is only 3 out of the 11 because the rest of them are doing their own classes right now. But I want to showcase what our public school students, and these are from the high school, 6 high school, are really doing in providing input in the education of their their peers. Because for us on the board, we value their input, we value their recommendations. And so I just want to be able to showcase, and they have an event coming up. So I want to have them present, and then from there, people will know that they may be schools are still closed, but they're still working, and these are very, very dynamic students. So I just want to introduce one of them. I know. Jason, you're going to be very proud because it's your alma mater. Alicia Cuevas from Simon Santos.
That's why I wore black and silver today, Mrs. Jeep. I always want to represent for my fellow Sharks. So, Alicia, congratulations. Very well done.
So she's the chair for the iBox. And then I have the vice chair, Tisha Dotimisa from Tizan High School. And then I have Mark Imaso from JFK. And it's their first time, but they're excited. But I just want them to turn it over for them to talk about the events or what they're doing with the iBox, even though through the virtual.
Sure. So let's go ahead and talk to these outstanding students. So okay. You guys just go ahead and round robin. Just feel free to jump in as you see fit. What is your scope of responsibility as members of the island-wide board of governing students? Is this like an extension of student government, or do you represent your schools as well as the student body? Like what do you guys tackle when you guys meet?
So the iBox duties really consist of reviewing and providing input on board policies. We attend board meetings, we attend workshops that correspond to our assigned tasks, we conduct student surveys, and much more. However, due to the COVID-19, we are limited to what we can do virtually. But I believe that, despite having the pandemic, we are trying to contribute whatever we can as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mark, how about you?
I believe that iBox is an organization that brings the school representatives from each public high school. They form as one, they work as one, and they make plans as one. And I believe that they're like the leaders and influence through DOE, and it has a better communication towards the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Kezia, am I pronouncing that correct? Kezia?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to the link again. Good, and thank you for representing Tizan High, the island's newest high school. The Titans are in very, very good hands under your leadership. So, how is it interacting with these other students, and they're very outspoken members. Obviously, they care about their school and about public education and everything like that. So, how has the chemistry and the dynamic been for you and your 10 other representatives?
It's actually pretty great. We collaborate a lot on ideas on what to advocate for our student body, and I feel very honored to be working with them because they provide such great ideas on how to go with virtual sessions with the board meetings and things of that nature.
Okay, now I must ask, when the three of you and the 8 other members of the board meet, there's going to be a point when, like, you're listening to what the adults and, like, the older folks say, and they're like, this is what we want to do for public policy, and this is how we want to dictate public education. Have you ever felt that one point when you're just like, I know what they're trying to do is in the right direction, and I know their intent is genuine and everything like that, but I think they're kind of off base in what works for our generation and what we think we need as students? Have you guys ever had like a difference of opinion? And, because you guys certainly are free to say, like, I like where it's going. It's just we'd like to voice our, share our perspective on this.
Yes, definitely. And they never really prevent us from speaking our mind. And instead, Mrs. G encourages us to communicate our opinions about certain topics, so we never really feel like we're in the margins. And instead, it truly feels like a collaborative effort between.
Yeah, because you're board members now, so you won't get your grandparents and your parents won't get mad at you for disrespecting your elders. If you have if you think the Guam Board of Education is doing something you don't disagree with, you're more than welcome to raise your voice. So, Mark, how about you and everything like that? What do you feel as an individual you bring to the table as far as your ideas, your passions, your interests?
Looking at it like as student perspective, we all obviously have different thoughts from the adults, and I feel like we experience what's out there, and the adults make the rules, make the laws, and we abide it. But I feel like when we have an idea, an expression of thought, we like to bring it to the table and change things.
So what sort of concerns have you guys brought to the board that you feel needs to be addressed?
So we did participate in some of the board policies, such as the attendance policy. We provided input on how we feel about hard copy taking attendance and how online take attendance. So for some of us, we actually agreed with what the board was trying to do. Like for attendance policy for hard copy, you can take attendance by picking up your packets. But then for some of us, we disagree with that, because why would you depend on the parent to be the one to do your attendance? Because, what if some students don't have rides, or they're not able to pick up their, their packages? And, I really do believe that the board does take our opinions, and they do take what we think into consideration when deciding on their final product.
Anyone else have any issues or concerns that they've brought to the board? No, the board's doing a great job.
Best job ever.
Yeah, well, Mrs. G, as a member of the board and everything like that, obviously, you're very, very pleased and you're proud of these students for taking the initiative. But what's been, kind of the board's receptiveness to their input and some of their ideas and feedback? Because a lot of maybe what they might promote and what they might suggest are things that your generation may have never even considered, but it's still nonetheless valuable.
Jason, before I became the co-advisor back in 2015, they had the iBox, and in fact, actually, I was the one really that started to have student rep on the board back when I was during the Territorial Board of Education, when I was a parent rep, and I sit on the side and I didn't have any say-so. I bring up my concern of parents, and it, at the time it goes in one ear and it goes the other ear, and that bothered me. So I really lobbied hard with the legislature at that time, Senator Madeline Bordalio, Committee on Education, to please have a parent rep and a student rep on the Territorial Board of Education. So in 1994, when the legislature passed the first elected Territorial Board of Education, it was tri-election, we had the first student rep, and she was voting. And after that, later on, I don't know what happened when I got out of the board for 2 terms. So from that time, I feel that, I hear students about policies that, the board is making policies, not even considering their, asking them how they feel. Just like the parents, we as board members, we make decisions, then we get parents that say, well, this board didn't even ask for our input. That's why really now that the Board of Education values the input of our stakeholders, parents, students, teachers, and employees. So from that on, I feel that there is a need for this group of students to be heard, to let them come up with policy that they feel is for that their peers will be acceptable. And if you remember, then they did this, and way back, Jason, when they're having this problem at Simon Sanchez about the school bag, and then they decided to have mess bags. So that was at that time everybody has to wear a bag, non-school bag. The one where parents the teachers, the administrator can see what's in the school bag.
I remember that.
Yes, and I had students that come to me that knows me that, Mrs. G, Auntie Mary, it's not fair that if my stuff are wet, and it's raining, everything in my bag gets wet because it's a mess bag. And then when I go to the office, they give me a shopping bag, a pellet shopping bag, plastic bag to put my stuff in. So, that bothered me. Or if the student, because I said, we cannot treat the students like that. I'm really sensitive. This group knows that I also have high expectation. I put them on notice because it is for themselves, not for me. And I told them at that time, that was 2018 iBox. I said, if you feel that you want to make some changes, then come up with a proposed policy, and you come to the board and convince the other board members. So they did. And they put out the pros and the cons. I know school principals were really outraged that the board approved that the mess bag will no longer.
Yeah, anybody can complain about a problem, but can you actually propose a solution that corresponds with that? Yeah, that's a definition of a leader.
So they were able to convince the board that it doesn't make you a smarter kid if you use mess bag versus a regular bag. And some families, they have this hand-me-down or donation. So that was the first time that I really, that 2018, put your feet down and told the board, how do you feel or if you have a child carrying a payless plastic bag through the whole school hour time? Everybody, how kids are, they tease each other. Hey, did you want to Payless? Or did you shop? Because their books are inside. So that's the thing. And then from there on, we needed their input. We needed, and that's why with this pandemic, when we started them doing a survey to their fellow students. Because when the students if this group is the one that did the survey, the response is really high versus the adults. And that was really approved when Mr. Sanchez was doing surveys. They were not getting it as much. When the iBox took over, in 2 days, they were able to get the numbers up. And there were a lot of comments that, the pros and the cons. So that's why I really, that the students are really doing a good job. And, I just wanted to be able to see that. And my colleagues now, even from the Ninth Education Board, they really value the input of the students. And I can be, they call me at the beginning Mrs. G, but I tell you, before the end of their term, Grandma G. And I
Hey, kids, really, and trust, Sabrina and myself and Chris and Jose are here at KUM and everything. We can say Mrs. G is one of the hardest working people you are ever going to find, because even if she's not teaching anymore, if she's not an active school administrator, she's still involved with education, and she's still baking some amazing mango cupcakes. I got to tell you guys.
And one of the points there on my nomination was they were highlighted my being an advocate for the students. That was what the thing puts me up to win the Distinguished Service Award from NASB. And I appreciate that, but it's not the award, it's this case. And I really enjoy, I haven't met any of them in person, really. I'm still waiting for us to go back to a peak or 2 or 3, because they have their off of office. They were sworn in by Judge La Morena on January 4th. So it's an honor that they got this off of office as an iBox.
Absolutely.
So, it's something, but they have an event that they're going to be doing this week. So I want them to talk about this iBox takeover.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you could then.
So the iBox takeover will be posting on the GDOE social media accounts such as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We'll be showing school highlights, studying tips, student achievements, educational and positive content. And we wanted to do this to enlighten the situation that's happening right now by inspiring students and encouraging our public high school students by showcasing any positive events that are happening at our schools. Because lately, if you see, like, the news is always about, like, you know, deaths and more positive cases happening. And there's really not much positivity that I see happening on the news. So we wanted to change that by posting anything that's, you know, positive by posting on DOE's social media page.
And I kind of agree with Eliza on this one. We have been collaborating with GDOE on this one. It was initiated by Ms. Lisa Baza for the representatives to kind of create posts to interact with the students, to reach a bigger audience. And I believe that it would really highlight the achievements of students and, you know, kind of take their mindset off of the negative side and more on the positive side, because it is a difficult time and we just want to be there for each other and to remind the students that, hey, this is also what's going on in the school, and, you know, this is also kind of something that's been good that's been happening, instead of like focusing on the kind of the bad aspect of the school life, given that we are distance learning right now.
Well, speaking of distance learning and the resumption of face-to-face instruction, are any of you going back to school on campus?
No.
No one? I'm sorry. No one?
I think there's only one of them that is decided to go back, but the rest are continuing the online.
I see. Can you guys kind of explain the reasons why?
So as for me, I personally don't want to go back to face-to-face because it's different for my school. So our schedule is that we only have one scheduled school instruction day. So like, for example, on Monday, we only have online classes, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will be face-to-face. And I personally don't like how the system is, but, you know, we can't really do much about it considering that our school is very old and we only have limited amount of space and a limited amount of students that we can have on campus. And also, I really am not sure about going face-to-face because I know that DOE is doing their best in ensuring that students are being safe at all times, but, you know, one positive case could lead to a really big, you know, outbreak, and I don't want to risk that for myself. And knowing that I have really old people living in my house, you know, it's going to affect them as well. So that's why I want to stick to online learning, because although it's really tiring, you know, it's like the safetiest thing that we could do right now.
For me, I'm staying online because I like how online learning gives me the autonomy to do more productive things in my free time, given that everything is online now. I can finish my homework within 2 hours and then have free time for the rest of the day, or I can create my own schedule. And for me, I would rather to have that for the rest of the school year.
For me, I feel like even though I'm an online learner and although we only have one that's going to face-to-face, I agree that face-to-face learning will also be effective to everyone. And as long as we keep the social distancing and cover our masks, and it will also help like students and teachers get back to each other and interact. And I feel like the lessons are going to be easier to learn as we go through face-to-face, and it'll eventually keep it up until we go back to normal. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think it's one of the first times we heard actually from the students, and who better to hear it from student leaders. So thank you.
Anything in closing, Mrs. G, that you want to throw out here, or any of the IBOG members?
Chris and Sabrina and Jason, I just want to thank you for accommodating them, because I know that they were on the other media, and I felt that, wait a minute, I just need to put them on the link also, because people are watching, not just listening. And thank you for accommodating them, and I hope that when we're back to normal before this end of the school year, that we will have them on over there at your show, because
of course.
they're still planning for their student exchange and students conference, as you all know, every year. But right now we're still in the planning stage. But thank you for accommodating them, because again, we value the students' input on the Guam Education Board. Everything that we do at DOE has to do with the students, and they are our customer. I always tell students when they ask me who's your boss, and I said, you're my boss. You're the one that, you're my boss. And I have elementary kids, and then okay, I'll make a paycheck for you. But these are really our future leaders. This is the why we're in the Department of Education, whether we're the board members or employees, teachers, superintendent, deputies. These are the students that are the kids that we have to service. So thank you so much for accommodating them this morning. It's such an experience for all the three of them, first ever.
And thank you so much for the mochi that you're going to drop this week.
Don't worry, okay?
Don't worry, boy. Don't worry, boy, Jason.
No, and you know what? And you know what, kids? Thanks so much for taking time out of your day, because we know you guys had to give up some of your school day to come here and show why you guys are like such outstanding members of your community. So if you want to forward us, we've got like PDF parental permission forms that we can say on the link that you guys weren't skipping class, you guys were on. So we'll fill those out for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you guys. Adios. We'll go right back into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have from Harvest, the principal Jeremy Zychek here. Good morning, Jeremy. Unmute.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing pretty good. Well, almost there. I know you guys were probably the first school. I want to say you were the first school to really start knocking on doors about resuming face-to-face learning. I remember you guys that did an op-ed, and we had you on last year. That being said, planning for resumption of classes on Tuesday as well at Harvest, Jeremy?
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited to resume classes, face-to-face education, beginning on Tuesday. It's not exactly how we anticipated doing it, but we're excited nevertheless to begin. The Department of Health and Social Services is in the process of releasing revised guidance for schools to follow for reopening. And one of the key changes in there from the last guidance they issued in July was additional spacing between students. And so with that adjustment, it requires us to go to an A/B schedule. And so we'll have approximately half of our students on campus at any given time, just to promote the social distancing. And then in the meantime, our teachers will be teaching live synchronously. So half the kids will be in the classroom observing it, and then half will be online hearing, what their cohorts are hearing in the classroom. So yeah, we're excited, ready to roll. There's been a lot of logistics. If you think through working through an A/B schedule, even cafeteria, all those sorts of things. But I'm grateful for a great team, and even teachers too, as they've made some significant adjustments from, how they've been trained to teach in person to online, and now doing both. Man, I really appreciate the dedication they have to fulfilling the mission that God's given them in their hearts.
What were the numbers, Jeremy, as when you did your surveys? How many students, what percentage are coming back for face-to-face, and who's opting to stay online?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I didn't know what to anticipate, but right now we're sitting at about 13% that are choosing to be all online, and we know a portion of that are students who've left island for one reason or another. Across the board, really, our parents and our students are looking forward to getting back onto campus and learning.
Have you had discussions with DPW about busing? Do you guys use the DPW buses?
We really don't use busing.
Okay.
Most of it is private transportation. There's one small logistic, but that's not proven to be an issue for us, thankfully.
Right on. So what have been the issues as you approach reopening?
Yeah, if you think about, just the technology, right? So when we move to all online, teachers can teach. And I don't know if I've subbed in a few younger grade classrooms. Like the longest day of my life was in kindergarten, not at this school, but the previous school I was at. And it's just a tough job, to be a teacher to 5-year-olds. Well, can you imagine having them on Zoom and then having, about 10 kids, 12 kids in your classroom as well, and trying to meet the needs, trying to work through classroom management of kids that are physically in front of you and then kids that are on Zoom as well. So
Sounds like a
and then
painful
just
death.
figuring out that technology, of different interruptions that happen throughout the class and how to make it still very valuable for the kids that are online. And most importantly, not to lose pace. One of the biggest challenges with an AB schedule is the easiest thing to do is just cut it in half. Say, well, I'm going to teach my kids that are here face to face, and then I'll give the kids that are, offsite some papers to do, stuff like that. We're really committed to keeping the pace. One of our core cornerstones is quality academics. And so making sure that we stay committed to that and maintaining that live teaching to students, it's going to be really difficult, but it'd be very important for their futures.
All right. Well, that was short and sweet. I know you guys have been prepping since last year, so I didn't anticipate that you'd have a whole lot to share. But maybe if we don't...
Did he say you start on the 19th?
Yeah.
When did you say 19th? Okay.
Yeah, day after Martin Luther King. Looking forward to it.
There you go. So nice 3-day weekend to rest up for the kids before they head back to school there. Jeremy, anything in closing before we let you go?
We are able to run our preschool program 5 days a week because of the spacing in there. So we're excited about that. I know childcare is a challenge for parents, and that's honestly another big challenge with AB schedules is parents just want something consistent so they can return to work. We're able to offer that in our preschool program, so we're excited about that. But yeah, thanks for having us on, talking about it, and maybe we can touch base in a week and let you guys know how it's going. We're praying that we can stay open and keep rolling for the rest of the semester. That'll be a good answer to prayer for us.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Let's see you. God bless you and good luck. 9:45.
Just wanted to make an announcement that if you're heading north towards Anderson Air Force Base, you should expect traffic delays and temporary gate closures. The air base is scheduled to conduct an installation exercise today. You should also expect an increase in noise and activity to include sound effects, messages from loudspeakers, sirens, noise from emergency vehicles may also be heard. There may also be smoke that you might see. According to a media release, the exercise involves various training scenarios and is intended to prepare airmen to respond to emergency situations.
No, there you go. 9:46. Let's keep it going here in the Zoom room with Cyrus Lura, Guam Animals in Need. Morning, Cyrus. Thanks for joining us. Unmute.
Morning. Thank you for having me.
Just a few things I wanted to catch up. First of all, thank you for the pictures, and we had talked about this earlier. Jason, who runs our digital, he runs the digital stuff, basically said that we'd probably get flagged for a lot of those pictures because of the graphic content. That being said, that's one thing. The other thing that I brought up with him was that it was alarming how many pictures you have of instances of animal cruelty, because I feel like it keeps happening, right? So
it's true. Then those are actually the toned down photos that I could pull up on.
Yeah, Cyrus, we're showing the safe ones. Like the more graphic ones, we're not showing, but we're popping them up while you talk. So
yeah, okay.
And these are the photos. I'm unable to see them on my side, but as the photos come up, these are the ones that have been in the press in just the last 2 years. Right. We see many other cases that don't warrant news releases because they are, there are no leads. There's no, or there are issues where the animal, was simply wild and injured and such. But we're seeing lots of animal cruelty cases. We are very thankful that people are reporting them. But of course, it is disturbing that it's just this cycle of one news release after another with one shocking case after another.
Right, and the most recent one was, I believe, happened in a Hagatnya where a man was caught by bystanders beating a dog with a log.
Yeah, it was right across the street from the U.S. District Court on the beach side, and a person who's known to reside in a homeless encampment near there was seen with a very large stick, basically a log, holding it above his head and smashed it down on a medium-sized dog. The witnesses started screaming, telling him to stop. He did stop, but he was very aggressive, saying that it's his own dog. He can do whatever he wants to it. Picked it up by its hind legs, kind of swung it a bit, and then just walked back into like a hidden area. And so they didn't feel comfortable chasing him, but they did immediately call the GPD. By the time that officer showed up, though, he had already left. And so the body was recovered. Some other people in the encampment had placed the body in an abandoned car. But I do have some good news to report. The dog was taken to a vet clinic. It was very touch and go. They thought most likely would die, but they released him yesterday afternoon. The dog, who's named Tyson, the residents in the area said he has a very fighting spirit, so they called him Tyson. And he was released to a foster family, but it's still very touch and go. It's unclear whether he will fully recover. He walks very hesitantly and slowly, and so it could be side effects from very strong painkillers, or it could be neurological damage.
Wow.
In which case, there might still be a need to, he's not in the clear just yet.
Right.
But there has been an outpouring of support from the community. There was a GoFundMe started by the residents in the area, and it had a huge outpouring of support.
I saw.
Go ahead.
No, I saw that it had a huge outpouring of support.
Yeah. But I think this is just one of those things. Like it's one case after another that is really disturbing to people.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly have a hard time believing it because we hadn't had one. I think since that guy shot at the dog over here in Harmon, then before that there was a dog drowning in Talafovo. So when each one of these cases come out, I'm just like, what? Another one? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I know that you guys had met with the mayors, I believe, yesterday, and you were name dropped on the show this morning, and this is about the stray dog issue. Tell us a little bit your side of how that meeting went down yesterday.
We think it was positive. There's a lot of energy with the new this new group that is spearheading the stray dog committee within the mayor's council, and we had a very large turnout with the first meeting. And not only was it a big turnout with a lot of energy, and many times you see these sort of meetings where plans are made. They were ready to go. They wanted to meet the next day at Gain to discuss things that we could do. And so we met with the mayors again the next morning, and we gave a tour of the facilities. We discussed some kennels that needed repairs, because we have a significant number of kennels up there that really do need repairs. Right now, they're kind of, dogs can actually get loose from some of them, so we have to figure out which strong dogs we put where. And so the mayor's council has been really phenomenal in terms of like stepping up, trying to help out, bringing their guys up to help with some welding and such at the facility. So we're hoping that we can increase the capacity at the shelter by improving these kennels. And then we're slowly kind of putting together this broader plan to target one village after another to address the stray animal problems. I want to make it clear that from Gain's standpoint, this is not going to be a round up and kill type program. That is not something that is effective. When you start killing animals and not doing anything else, you actually increase the population. People don't realize that you create this vacuum effect that once study after study has proven that if you simply kill the animals, the old dogs that were consuming the resources are removed, and suddenly you have a lot of puppies, more than one, in that same vacuum growing up. And so you increase the population if you simply blindly kill. And so this is going to be a combination of identifying the feral aggressive dogs and removing those for euthanasia, but then the other animals, the owned animals that are strays, or that are roam. The strays that are friendly and the neighborhood kind of feeds, those are ones you want to spay and neuter. Spaying and neutering is the only solution long-term for population control. And so we'll be working on the mayors to promote that, and also microchipping and rabies shots. And so there's a host of things that we want to do. We're in the very early stages, but so far it's very promising.
You know, when we had Agriculture Director Chelsea on earlier, she did say that euthanization would be a part of this effort to control the stray dog issue.
Well, right now, for the feral animals, yes. If an animal is aggressive and it's chasing kids and such, that's obviously a situation that we would want to euthanize. But that's the current law as well, and those are the cases that we already addressed. But this is not going to be something where it's like 50-60% of animals are going to be put down or anything like that. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to catch that many animals that would warrant euthanization. And there are many legal loopholes, legal issues as well. So you can't right now do euthanasias out. And so just jump into euthanizing in the impractical, but it's illegal.
Also, she shared that you're getting some upgrades up there at the GGO facility with the mayors. You would care to share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So kennels right now that are very sort of paired. The facility at Gain is almost 50 years old. And so actually it is over 50 years old, but some of the kennels are a little bit younger, but nothing is really, everything's pretty old. And so right now we need this done in order to be able to increase the capacity of the kennels. And so the mayors were taking a tour, seeing where that they can kind of help us strengthen up the fencing and strengthen up the kennels. And they've been phenomenal, extremely responsive. They are coming back up Thursday, and we're hoping to move pretty quickly on this.
Right on, Cyrus. We got to let you go. We got to head down to Inaran to the vaccination clinic. But in closing, what would you like to tell the audience this morning?
Just thank you. The outpouring of support has been great for Tyson. And if you do see animal cruelty in any form, please report it. Report it to the authorities. Report it again and again if you need to. And reach out to GAIN, because we are happy to be an advocate to push for whatever issues that you see out in the field so that we can get it addressed. So just thank you to everyone who stands up against this, and we hope to continue fighting the good fight.
Just real quick question from a listener. What spaying and neutering, are you guys up and running with that? And how do people avail of it? No?
Unfortunately, right now, no. Unfortunately, right now, it's only through private clinics. We lost our full-time vet and our grant for that, but we are applying with the Department of Agriculture for a DOI grant to be able to resume that in the future. So right now, our efforts are focused on education. We're trying to inform people that when you spay and neuter your pet, it reduces aggression, it reduces the likelihood of them running away, it extends their life by reducing the prevalence of certain types of cancers. So it's a very reasonable thing to do in order to improve the life and quality of life of your animal.
There you go. Thank you, Cyrus.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Be safe. And keep us posted on anything that comes up, okay? You got my number. Let's see. Cyrus Lure, Guam Animals in Need. You guys ready? You got your passport? Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to head down south to the beautiful village of Inaran, where KUAM News' Tyler Mantanani is standing by. Good morning, Tyler.
Morning, Tyler.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm down here at the Southern Region Community Health Center in Inaran, where DPHSS is conducting their vaccination clinic, the first dose of Moderna vaccine for phase 1C. Now, that is for individuals 60 years and older. This is their second week that they're doing this over here. And as you can see, a lot smoother than how it has been. So we actually have Mayor Tony Chargaloff on standby over here right now. Going to talk about the process because when I first came here, I was thinking that, were there not that many people that showed up? But you guys actually have a certain system here today where you're having people wait in their car so they're not waiting outside. Can you explain us how the events have been folding out today?
Yeah, so basically as you arrive here, you're given a vehicle number, and then right after that, you're given a lineup number, ticket number. But we'll advise everybody to please stay in their vehicles. We call them out in batches of 20 or 25. That's why, as you see, the canopies are going to look empty, but until we go out into the parking lot and call them in, we work in that increment. Therefore, when there's no commingling, we're trying to discourage any big gathering of anybody, and everything is spaced out 6 feet apart. Trying to keep it safe. And while everybody's in their cars, my staff is going around and delivering water, offering water, and of course, informing them that the restrooms are open. And so definitely just trying to make sure that it's very convenient and comfortable for everyone.
Thank you. I love that you mentioned that you guys are still, of course, maintaining that social distancing aspect, but going the extra mile of keeping people, giving them that little extra comfort, not having to wait outside. You guys started at 8:30 this morning, but you actually said that people started rolling in hours before that.
Absolutely. So the staff and myself, we were out here at 3 o'clock, only because from the last week's experience, some showed up a little after 3. Today, though, somebody showed up at 3:40, and then the next one showed up at 4:10, and after that, they just kept rolling in. So we're still definitely not near the quota that we want. I believe the number that we're at right now is 104 people. So we definitely want to ask the media to please reach out and spread the word that we're still short about 140 more individuals. So please call them out. We really want to take advantage of this opportunity that's being afforded to the Southern folks.
And it's excellent to hear that people were here since 3 a.m., showing that they're so eager to get the vaccine and really doing their part. We were asked to practice social distancing to protect ourselves and others, but getting vaccinated, obviously the next step. And thank you guys so much for making this process so smooth for everyone. No one seems to be agitated in any way. So thank you so much. And over here we have Miss Grace Bordalio. We got her yesterday at Ukadu High. Now you are coming on the other side of the island down here at Inarajan. Can you tell us how today's process has been?
Yeah, so like the mayor said, the Wednesday clinic just popped up, and I guess that's why there's fewer people today, but we're here today, Wednesday through Friday, 250 people each day, and we'll gladly vaccinate a little bit more than 250 people if we have extra vaccines. So we're here from 8:30 to 3 p.m. And we want people to know that it is for phase 1C, that's 60 years and older, and it's for their first vaccination shot of the Moderna vaccine, and they have to come back 28 days later. So 28 days from now is Wednesday, February 10th for their second shot. They have to have 2 doses to be fully immunized. But that doesn't mean because you're fully immunized, you should stop wearing your mask. We still want them to practice the non-pharmaceutical interventions of wearing a mask, practicing social distancing, washing your hands frequently, avoiding people who are sick, avoiding crowds, and just doing the non-pharmaceutical interventions.
Of course, and we actually did get you on yesterday, and I did like that you said that when you guys have more resources and personnel, you're able to get the work done faster and at higher levels. So you actually said that you guys have a different process that goes on Wednesday. You have more GDOE nurses on board.
So on Sunday, like on last week's Sunday or last weekend, we have the DOE nurses. And so with more vaccinators, with more nurses, we can process more people faster. So when we have more processors who do the intake, registration, and consent forms, the line just goes faster. The line here, people who come down south, they like the scenic drive, the southern hospitality. People seem really relaxed down here, and we just want to accommodate as many seniors and with our friendly attitude.
And I've got to say, I lived in the north like almost my whole life, but I just recently moved to the south, and I have to agree with you. Even living here for the past almost 2 years now, I never get tired of the drive. It is very peaceful. So you know what? You need the peaceful scenery, peaceful environment when you're about to get, poke in your arm. So let's thank you so much, Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the community? I know that again, Mayor Trigaloff was saying that you guys are only at the early hundreds. So to get more people to come out, get vaccinated.
Yeah, so we do want people to come out, but again, we're here Thursday and Friday, and Ukadu is closed after today. We are going to have more vaccination clinics, but that schedule hasn't come out, but we are here through this week, Friday.
All right, thank you so much, Grace. I'll let you get back to work, and thank you for your service today. You know what? Let's see I'm dressed much different than.
Doesn't know how to play ball. That's why
We got a tennis ball flying around. All right, Dr. Bob. Let's. I dressed a lot better, so my uncle doesn't have to cover my
No,
chest
because
with
it's
a
your
TV pad this time.
mom that was saying it. I was listening to your mom.
Oh my goodness. So you are bouncing all around. You were at the Ukadu,
Just here and there. Yeah.
from the south all the way to the north and all that. But can you tell us maybe the difference in the environment at the Inarajan site compared to the Ukadu site?
Okay, so Ukadu is the main site, and so a lot of times because there's so many people, it seems just combobulated when actually it's not that bad. Here, so it's further south. It takes further to get down here. So it's usually just the people around here that come here. So everybody knows each other. So it's almost like a party.
Oh, Dr. Bob makes it a party. I love to.
I didn't say it was.
I like to kid.
But so most of the people here know each other, and so although we have some people that are from all the way from Jigo coming in now.
Wow, that's quite a drive, but definitely worth the journey to be part of the vaccination. Can you tell us? See, this is what happens when you get caught up in conversation. You kind of lose track. Maybe can you give us some encouragement for those that came in the previous week? We did interview someone that came 3 days in a row, never got vaccinated. Fortunately, that individual was able to get vaccinated yesterday. What can you do to kind of ease people's minds? Maybe they had a bad experience last week, but to get them to come out, take advantage of the vaccination clinics.
Well, like I said, when I first got the vaccine, this is one of the only ways that I know of that we can go back to somewhat of normal life, where we can go eat out, we can go movies, where we can go see relatives at the hospital.
Right.
And then hopefully we won't have as many deaths, and that's the big one. Yes, it was a problem for a lot of people, and I really apologize for that. But like I said, it's the only way that we could try to get back to normal.
And then we also wanted to get a couple details about the firefighter who tested positive after his second dose of the vaccine.
After the second dose or the first dose?
The first dose, or was it second dose? Second dose.
Okay, so first of all, with the first dose, it's about a 50% rate of getting antibodies. But it does, with like any vaccine, it does take about 2 to 3 weeks before it kicks in. So if you just, like, say, for instance, just got the second dose and then got exposed, it does take, like I said, 2 to 3 weeks before it kicks in. So if he's got exposed before the vaccine has taken effect, he's gonna get sick. And then the other thing is that nothing's 100%.
Right, and
so 95% effectiveness with the second dose. And that's not going to start because I got the second dose last week. So my second dose probably won't kick in until about 2 weeks from now.
Right.
But by then, even 5% of the people still can get. And that's why we keep telling, wear the mask, social distancing, wash your hands.
And I think that's a great example of, the more people that get vaccinated, the less, likely that our community
It's harder to
is able-
spread.
Exactly. And of course, like with anything, a vaccine doesn't completely eliminate the possibility of you not, contracting COVID. It's still there. And which is why we want to emphasize that even though people are getting vaccinated, that doesn't mean that we stop, the social protocols.
Until they say there's no more COVID-19.
Exactly.
That's when you stop doing the social distancing, the washing hands, and wearing the mask.
Right. Well, thank you so much.
I got 2 doses already, and it's last week, and I still do this.
Yep, he's still bouncing off the walls.
Well, that's not due to the COVID-19 though.
That's just him. And well, like they said, they still have a good amount of doses here of the Moderna vaccine at the Southern Region Community Health Center in Inarajan. The mayor was also trying to encourage people, come and get vaccinated. They're still in the low hundreds. So it is on a first come, first served basis for phase 1C individuals. Again, that's 60 years and older. They started down here at 8:30 a.m. and they are not going to stop until they're out of vaccines. So Hope to see you guys down here and join the vaccination.
Thank you, Ty.
Thanks, Ty.
All right,
Again,
there you
the vaccination clinic down at in Rohan they have 250 doses available there, and as you saw, it's not crowded. So if you live in the northern part of Guam and want to drive down there, do so. There is also, though, another vaccination clinic at Ukudu High School. They have 500 doses available there. So today's the last day for Ukudu, but for Inner Rohan, it's today, Thursday, and Friday. 250 doses each day.
All right, it's stand by, guys.
Do we even need to ask what the most significant parts of today's show were? I mean, good show all around.
I think the biggest thing is the Department of Labor, the news from David
that was the
Delasola.
bombshell.
I wish we had gotten that before we spoke to the Chamber and GHRA so we could get their immediate reaction to the news.
We do know that they are meeting amongst themselves, though, and to kind of like dissect, ingest, figure out, the scope and the impacts of this, and like how they're now gonna submit some or formulate some sort of opinion on this, because like Dave even said, he didn't have the numbers in front of him and everything like that, but he goes, just
thousands
at face value, the entire restaurant industry stands to be affected in a substantial way. And actually, Nestor had just messaged me. We just added this to the web story and to the Facebook story. Let me get through all the other WhatsApp messages that are. Okay, he's also saying that Director Delasola adds, this does not apply to those who are self-employed.
All right. So if you didn't hear the interview with David Delasola, you can watch it later on our YouTube channel. But there's been a major change to the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, and it is expected to affect thousands of local workers. Anyone who works any amount of hours will no longer be qualified. That is a major change with the new PUA program, and so he made that announcement this morning on the link. They are going to start having people reapply for the program starting tomorrow. Yeah. But if this particular change affects you and you try and apply and you do get paid, you're going to have to repay back your PUA.
Right.
So please take note of that.
And what David said was that this is going to force businesses to make some decisions about whether or not they want to keep certain employees on reduced hours or furlough them totally so that they can get on the PUA.
Right, lay them off.
Right, lay them off. Yeah. So
I was even wondering if just wondering if some companies might just treat their employees, because I know several local businesses that have said, it doesn't matter if you're a salaried employee, that's your status right now. We're basically putting everybody on hourly status, and you make what you make. I wonder if they're going to do like almost independent contractor arrangements right now, where they say, you're going to work for a couple days and you get like a flat rate, and then that's it's by project, by job, by hours. Who knows? I mean, like you said, some of the creative thinking and kind of the solutions is.
Yeah, it's tough, and this is a blow to employees. Right. Definitely a big blow to employees. And
our company included.
Yeah, we just heard from the Chamber and GHRA and Senator Jim Moylan. He's going to introduce a bill to delay the implementation of the minimum wage hike from March of this year to March of next year. And I think this new revelation from DOL is going to definitely affect that dialogue and that conversation when this measure hits the session floor, rightfully so, of course.
Again, businesses and employees that are open working at reduced hours will no longer qualify for PUA.
I'm even wondering if I'm just thinking from the company standpoint, what about operations? And some companies now rely on PUA to supplement the reduced hours, and now you've got employees who are actually taking the quick out, and they're just like, hey man, I got to make rent, I've got car payments to make, I've got groceries to put on the table, so I'm, for lack of a better term, I'm quitting.
But you can't get on the PUA.
I don't think you can quit. Yeah.
You cannot quit. Okay.
No, you can't.
I mean, I don't even know logistically.
You can't even refuse to go back to work.
Right. Yeah. So these employers are going to have to lay off their employees and blame it on the COVID. I mean, to for this all. I'm assuming for this all to be legal. I don't even know. It's something we can definitely talk about tomorrow. 10:11 here. Want to thank Burger King for bringing us this next segment. Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. It's back at BK Chicken Fries Friday. I love BK Chicken Fries. You can also get the BK Steakhouse King now available at Agotnia Tumon Micro Mall. This morning's Cover Me, it's Rico doing a cover of a local song by Tim Baladia called Reasons Unexplained. It's this morning's Cover Me. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Joe Sir, Jason Solis, Master Control. We got your 6 with the KUAM primetime newscast. Until la Gupa esta. Adios!
Off the day, I'm Rico, and this is a cover of Tim Balahaja's Reasons Unexplained. Here it goes.
Remember when I was falling in? It was so nice. The stakes were high, now I'm feeling low. And I won't lie. See the pressure's on, I'm talking on. I can't think alright. Never give up the fight blind, but I'm searching for life. I'm unsatisfied to rid this life without a care will bring much delight. Instead I will roam this lonely road and dry my eyes. Never give up the pipeline, but I'm searching for I can't help to feel this weight. Reasons unexplained. The bottles full with rage, but I can't, no I can't help to feel this way. Reasons unexplained. The bottles full with rage, but I can't, no I can't. So nice. The stakes were high, now I'm feeling low. And I won't lie. See the pressure's on, I'm talking on. I can't think alright. Never give up the fight blind, but I'm searching for life. Boom, ta, boom, boom, ta, boom, boom, ta, boom, boom, la, la, ta, boom, ta, boom, boom, ta, boom, boom, ta, boom, boom, la, la, ta, boom, ta, boom, boom, ta, boom, boom, ta, boom, boom, la, la, ta, yeah.